All hail the coffee, not a cult leader.
It's not a cult. Wait. An Orchazini? What ho, friends? Hello, hello. How goes it? Where? Also, Bacon, thank you for 200. Spooky Ghosts, I see you. Fucking what? Hang on. Hang the fuck on. What? Sorry, I don't mean to... What? When? How? Everything's happening all at once!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Jump on the cult train.
It's not a cult. Fuck! I'm sorry. Is Strager still here? Okay. Why is Strager? Holy shit, thank you. Holy fuck! My innards have not been happy with me this morning, which is why I've been running so late. Sorry, J Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Fred. That's fucking cool of you. All of you, fucking hello, welcome. Also, fucking wet. Oh, very. Strager's like, who, me? I have done nothing. Fucking terror. Strags with the what? Okay, everybody, what ho and welcome. Everything is happening all at once. Holy shite. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. This song is actually very appropriate because this whole just fucking wet. Okay, I feel really guilty now because I put out a tweet as we were going live today. Fucking wet!
Evening.
Fucking wet! What is happening? I'm sorry, but my manners are flying out the fucking window. Kindball, thank you very much. That's fucking cool. And Straight, holy shit, thank you. Kindball's like, for the lols, you just donated $50. That officially upgrades it from lols to a lol ruffle now. That's the medical term. Fucking yo! All of you, Waho, welcome. Megaboss and Exo and Stammering and Fred and Lizzie and Fearless and Wolfcrat for the Green Band and Flowers and Strays and J-Post and everybody. Fucking yo! Tiny haunting ghosts. Tiny meows, what ho, Fred? Willing outcast, how goes it?
Online. All systems nominal.
23 months, Babby. Nearly 2 whole years. Smile.
Yeah, nearly 2 years willing outcast. And fucking thank you for that. Sorry, I am already overwhelmed on every fucking front.
Are we breaking will again? The stream just started.
Don't ask me! I'm not in charge of this. And there's a train. It's been 5 minutes. I feel almost guilty because I had a tweet cooked up and I popped it up as soon as we started today. And it's a whole thing about me joking about fuck!
Because direct donation doesn't involve Mr. Twitch taking a cut.
Yeah, Willing Outcast, we are absolutely not in the UK. Although Willing Outcast, I am an hour and a half late, which is very in keeping with the British transit system.
And here comes the breaking wheel train.
The one thing this train has is exceptional brakes. Fucking yo! Fearless, fucking thank you! I don't know what to... Fucking yo! Well, what I was trying to say is I made a joke on Twitter about being a massive shill, and I put the tweet live already. And so if anybody comes on in, they're gonna see you lot being fucking amazing and me being incoherent. What am I supposed to say? Jokes about being a massive shill. Everyone's like, let's unhinge Will through the power of support. I don't know. Wolfcrat, I would have joked about King of the Shill, and then you're like, let's make Will feel all of the things at once. I don't know what to say.
It's for the bit god. Hype for the train of numpties.
Yeah, XO, I even put the shill. Well, I'm not actually allowed to say shill on Twitch Alert, so I had to say sell out. Martin, fucking yo!
Chew fucking chew.
Fucking true indeed. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Fuck.
Stop that incessant clicking.
That's some good advice, Lizzie. That's some good advice. And J-Post, that's fucking cool of you. Get a little friendo hugs. I wasn't ready for this. Like, friends, I have stories. Games industry's real quiet right now, but I've not been. I just... Fucking... Yeah, Wolfcrat, check it out. So fucking cute.
The friendo light is lit. Will door calls for aid.
Sorry, I just saw Firestraker, Jarl Infinitus saying, "Are you ever ready?" Narrator's voiced by Lizzie. Will was never ready. Also, friends, if you haven't seen, we've had this since, what was it? God, we've had this since 18? This was one of my first, like, stream birthday presents from you lot. And it's still good, and it's super cuddly. And Alex Wavery made a fucking backpack for it. It's fucking cool! Like, am I happy that the backpack is covered in sharks and says such a cult? No. But is this a cool gift from a friend? Fucking yeah, it is. And yeah, and Martin, we'll talk about the Twitter threads and stuff in just a second. Because, I guess I chose chaos. But, holy shit. Friends, even before I pushed the go live button, even before I sat down, you were blowing the bloody doors off. And I just... Fuck. No, seriously, all of you, thank you so much. That was a huge thing, and a whole bunch of, like, frickin'... Oh, thank you.
Saying no requires willpower, saying yes, however, that's shill power.
I am feeling a lot of things all at once. And Eriman and all of you, what ho and welcome. I mean, Strags knocking the doors off. Fearless and Kaimu with massive donations. Like, all of you, thank you. Ah! Yes, Eagle lives. It is I, the game dev shill who makes all of the cash. Professor Von Shillington at your service. Though Eagle and Lance, the longship's already popping off today. So I am feeling real feelings, which is Oh yes, Lizzie, don't forget. I'm also a fake actor who pretends to play video games. Shill over fraud, cyberpunk grifter at your service. Martin using my full name, Shilliam Lizardbunch over fraud. Wolfcrat, no, that is a massive achievement. And considering that Strags must have done a cheeky heal while I was using the bathroom. Hang on. I do love this track. Because if you want gnomes, this is how you get gnomes. But seriously, all of you, fucking thank you. We're going to be talking a lot about, like, the banter and stuff I had on Twitter, but, like, friends, here's the thing. I can just pop off on Twitter and help people and show cool games. I am so fucking lucky to have you lot. I love being able to talk about this. I love that we get to hang out every day. You know this. And fucking yo. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I can't say that enough. I mean, Artipo, I'm trying to keep my shit together. I don't know how well I'm doing. Just all of you, thank you. All right. I hope you all know I don't take any of this for granted. And like, the fact of joking about being a massive shill, and you lot are like, haha, let's make Will feel things. Like, fuck. Lance Icarus. Fuck! Sorry, I could have phrased that better. That's another 3,000 bits on top of it all. I'm gonna need gnomes. I'm gonna need more gnomes. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Fucking yo. I just... Thank you. That's what I need to say. What I need to say is thank you to all of you. I'm sorry, friends. You want to chat about all the cool stuff, and I'm just processing. Hello. Hello, friends. Hi. Hello. Okay. Feck. Okay. Again, seriously, all of you, thank you. Because it does tie into what I want to talk about today, which is the fact that I get to help whoever I want. I get to... I can help any video game. And that is because that you lot do so much... Oh. Coffee. Let's slug some coffee. I tell you what, friends, can I have a do-over? So we're going to start from... The stream officially starts from here. Watto and welcome, one and all. Greetings, hello. It is me, your mildly unhinged host of the day. Premium Twitch shill. And nonsense merchant of the video games. How are you all doing? Now, if you're wondering why I'm being so weird... I got into...
Very well.
Freaking wit! Apparently, friends, the do-over has been denied. Megaboss, yes, you have now tuned into the Longship Shopping channel with Shill Goldvagard. Aw, and Megaboss, thank you. That's a real compliment. Ah, fucking hell. No, but Jarl Infinitus, Fire Strager, thank you so much. Alright. Thank you. You know, yeah, and yes, Strager, I did walk into that. I'm the one that screamed do-over. That's on me. Lizzie has informed me that as I'm not in charge, it means I don't get to call do-over. Back in the old... No, but seriously, all of you, thank you. Like, we're doing much, much better than we were at the start of August, let me fucking tell you. But, you know, the baby boy had to go get his shots today, so it was like, that's $120 just... Ooh. It helps him out, he needs it, and I understand this. It's just... You all are very good to us, thank you. Sorry, I guess I'm very incoherent now. So, right. Hello, you feckin' legends. How was your weekend? How are you doing? Tell me your tales. As for me, I got into fights with people on Twitter. And it actually spawned a ton of really good conversations. Oh, Martin's not hungover anymore. Congrats. I wasn't hungover this morning, but let me tell you, the exhaustion is still very real. Lizzie, you do make a good point. It is still March. It's been March for several years. Yes, Bacon, Amos, we did take Amos to the vet this morning. And Amos got to meet a kitty. It's the first time Amos has met a cat. And he was confused, but, like, he got on with them. It was real feckin' cute. For those of you who don't know, like, Fiona is super allergic to cats, but still had to pick up the kitty and cuddle it. And of course, you know, the cat was just ambiently around the vets, and we were like, oh, whose cat is this? They're like, oh, it's one that's up for adoption. And Fiona's eyes, I could see Fiona trying to do the maths on could we get a cat. Spoiler, we can't afford a cat. But it was adorable. And I've got an extra video of it trying to eat the fishies in the fish tank, which is feckin' adorable. And Megaboss, I'm sorry you're going through the ringer at the moment. I will do my best to be entertaining and distracting. I got you. Yeah, Wolfcrad, Blight of the Immortals has been going great. Oh, Roasted Toaster, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, Blight of the Immortals has been going great. Friends, the surviving factions are having like a huge last stand fight, and it's so cool to watch. Oh, and Lance, you're absolutely welcome. Right, I'm gonna see if I can find that mech farming game.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah, okay. And so, J-Post, thank you for gifting us up to Lance. Like, J-Post, I hope I say this enough, but your house Carl hunting is fucking cool. And you make it so that a ton of people won't have to deal with bullshit ads on this nonsense website whilst supporting my dumbass, so thank you. Legend. Okay, so I was telling Lance about this because I think Beadora was hinting at it, but the game I was talking about is called Lightyear Frontier. Here's the PC Gamer article on it, and it's a co-op farming game with like baseballing mechanics. And the idea is that you're taking converted battle mechs and turning them into farm vehicles. So they got this real cool kind of like farming sim mech thing going on. And yeah, Wolfcrad, sub only jet. Okay. Let's talk about Twitter. Yes, Wolfcrad, you're right. Long ship. Don't you mean long shill? Okay, so if you're wondering what all these dumb jokes about shilling are, I chose violence on the weekend, and it came from some rando Calrissian was having a big old whinge. And I decided that I did not want to let it stand. Because, like, you know... Okay, let me give you the context. So, some rando Calrissian was complaining about the state of indie video game development. He was saying that, you know, years of passion, and I quote, years of passion poured into a wholly original concept, full of complex mechanics and wonderful writing. 3 likes, 1 retweet. And an Unreal Engine asset dump they gave a squirrel a gun to, you know, 14 million likes, 3 million retweets. And it just smacked of, like, of entitled salt. And so I just was like, do not be this guy. Because there's so many takeaways. One, in the world of video games, another indie dev's success is not your failing, right? Unless you make squirrel with you are making a game about a squirrel with a gun and nobody cares, and then someone else makes a game about a squirrel with a gun that comes at the same time and eats your lunch. That's a direct competitor, but only in that tiny like launch window space. So getting salty that nobody looks at your game because they're looking at Squirrel with a gun, I chose violence. And it's mainly because, like, if you actually have a look at the person who's making Squirrel with a gun, like, they've been working on it for a long time. Like, they've done a whole series of, like, custom atoms and stuff so that you can use the gun in Squirrel with a gun basically as, like, a movement device. You can use the Uzi as, like, a hover, and you can use, like, the handgun to basically double jump. How do you double jump? Apparently, you get yourself a Glock. And yeah, Lance, it's entirely spot on. The guy was super weird. He kept saying like, you know, I'm a hobbyist, you know, I'm already a software dev. I don't care how many people download my game. And it's like, well then why are you whinging? And what it is, and this happens very, very frequently, is they're not stupid people. In fact, most of the time they're very smart, but white dudes who play video games thinking that by that metric they understand the games industry. And friends, it's always white guys. It's always white guys. Like, if you lined up all the people that make these terrible takes about the state of, like, especially indie devs, it's like the world's most boring game of Guess Who. Is it a white dude with a beard, possibly wearing glasses? Is he called Dave? Yeah, Martin, it's a good point. only white guys have time to whinge about that. But yeah, no, as we're saying, like, this is truly a don't be that guy, because Eagle Live just yelling, wow, just at me next time. I mean, Fred, you are right. No one truly understands how downtrodden white guys, especially white guys in tech, are. Practically be a protected species. Anyway, sorry. I don't mean to get this into, like, personal attacks, because I decided to choose violence. And the thing is at first, I start offering this guy, like, some advice and some things like that, and then he decides to take it in a different direction. Like, I try and say, like, alright, so where's your game? What's going on? I tried to find this guy's game, but I couldn't find it. And you know me, like, I can deep dive research a project pretty fucking quickly. But, like, I went on his itch.io page, I went on his website, and I couldn't find this supposed, like, complex mechanics title that he was talking about. And, yeah. The rest of it just kind of descended into a huge thread of madness. So, but this isn't a point at person and laugh discussion. No. What was really, really good about this tweet was how many great points it brought up for discussion. Like, there's so many massive swaths of massive parts of the industry that people just don't know and they don't understand. So it provided so many good talking points. So I just decided to indulge, like, the Twitter algorithm be damned. I'm gonna do some, like, 5 tweet threads because I want to. And I got to talk about how to promote your game. Like, I got to talk about how you budget for promotion and marketing. I got to talk about how you should consider structuring, like, your income for an indie studio. It was feckin' great. And it's not like your lovely selves aren't great to chat to. It's just someone sent me a very lovely message saying that since watching these streams and hanging out on the regular, that they've gained a large amount of understanding of the industry and a lot of the language used to discuss and describe things. That's fucking brilliant. I love that. I love being able to share this. But as a group, we now have such a solid baseline understanding of how video games are made, like the business around them, how you go about actually doing it for realsies. It's easy to forget how little information the rest of the world's got, you know? We've almost become our own, like, little Vigimicated speakeasy of like industry knowledge. Yeah, Lawrence, I did try and turn it into a positive lesson. But dude just wanted to be butthurt about Squirrel Game. And there were some really... Yeah, see, Fred, now you got it. Make a mediocre game, hire a shill, profit. Now, I put it up on my Facebook, and I think I also put it on TikTok as well. The reason why we keep joking about being a shill is the guy got up at me and he's like, well, at least I'm making video games. I'm not someone who just shills other people's work for money on Twitch. And it's like, all right, you've obviously not looked up my history, but okay. It's like, I've done my time. But so everyone was saying, just curious, what did Squirrel Game Dev do for marketing? Honestly, nothing that will break your brain. Like, Squirrel with a Gun hasn't done anything massive massively different in terms of its marketing. What they did was quick little clips and videos showing off the core functionality of Squirrel with a Gun that were easy to understand and just regularly posting. So once they got the anims down, they posted short form videos online just showing the squirrel firing the Uzi and flying around. And like the trailer asset they put out recently that went viral was the squirrel, like squirrel's running around a backyard and some guy takes his phone out to take a picture of the squirrel. So the squirrel draws a gun. The guy freaks out, drops his phone, and then tries to make a break for it and just eats it on the curb. And it's such an easy thing to do to communicate, like, the experience. It's simple and clear with what you do and what you play in that space. And Vanderbeest, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Yeah, Wolfgrad, those tiny clips were simple and hilarious and easy to share. So, I mean, the takeaway is, like, it's not you have to make a humorous game with a squirrel in it, but how can you convey your game, like, quickly and simply? And that can be really hard, you know, if you're making something like Factorio or Dwarf Fortress. Alright, I know I'm picking, like, hyperbole examples, but you know what I'm saying. But how do you show those in ways that convey the experience quickly and clearly? Yeah, Lance, you're entirely spot on. Like, we cannot undervalue those little videos and how each of them is a little story, a little joke. And Ehrman, you are right. It is always easy to go after that dude on Twitter. And I don't tend to do it very often, but I'm glad that I did, because it sparked so much really good conversation. Okay, but Robin, what I mean is if you're making a title like Dwarf Fortress, which is very complex, very, very heavily systems driven, which doesn't communicate the experience clearly in just pure visual style, you know, if you look at screenshots of OG Dwarf Fortress, it just looks like, you know, NetHack Plus. Now, yes, now Fearless was talking about the Dwarf Fortress diaries and things like that. I first became aware of Dwarf Fortress, like a lot of people, from the Rock Paper Shotgun articles. And so, yeah. The other thing I got to talk about is, like, how do you market your game as an indie dev in this way? And that's always the thing I love talking about. Because with a little bit of thought and a little bit of time, you can do some really interesting and fun things. Oh yeah, and Fearless, the launch trailer for RimWorld is a great asset, absolutely worth studying. And I always end up skipping that one. I do love these jazzy boys. Okay. Tiny Meows was saying a movie critic going off on Twitter about short form has no value. Yeah. But the other thing about Twitter is, you know, people trolling for engagement, which is why I don't tend to get involved in those sort of bad takes. And Lars, that is funny in the he's calling me a shill when I'm trying to teach him how to shill his game. Because I said the thing that very few people want to hear, but it's true. Good games do not sell themselves. And if you want your titles to succeed, you need to find a way to tell people about them. Now, the other thing that I got accused of a lot was basically trying to sell something. A few people thought that I was some, like, video game consultant trying to sell my wares. Or one of those, like, influencer agencies being like, just hire us to sell you your video game. I'm not. Like, you all know I do consultancy work, but that's only for games where I can't talk about it in front of you lot. Or if the game's under NDA, or if it's like money and business stuff that can't get talked about publicly. The only time I start charging people, well, the only time I would say, hey, this is a paid service, is if it ends up being more than like a full day's work, or if it's something, again, I can't talk about with you lot. But the reason why I get so feelsy when you lot go blah, 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 with bits and donations and things like that is because it allows me to do this. I don't have to charge these people. I can give any teeny tiny indie dev or whoever the entirety of my knowledge. I can help them come up with a campaign, a plan. I can help them on so many spheres of the industry, which you don't usually get to just ring up a person and be like, how do I do a marketing campaign when I got no money? It's like, well, the fact that you lot keep me going means I can just help people. That's really cool. In a way, like, I don't know, it's kind of how I justify accepting donations and bits, you know? But yeah. And the arty part, okay, yes, shilling is an art form. Like, selling video games is an art into itself. And how you do it is incredibly complex and can be incredibly clever. Straight! Fucking yo! Also, those ghost bits just got sent to the Shadow Realm at high speed. Stranger, thank you so much. On top of all of you thrown in this morning. Fucking cheers to you. Thank you. And whoever the spooky ghost is, they've just been slowly, just bit by bit, just filling the pint glass. Oh yeah, and like Lance, like Sakurai doing a YouTube channel, like just sharing all of his knowledge is feckin' grand. I love shit like that. Like, as an industry, we're not good about cataloging the knowledge that we let people have access to, but it is out there. God, maybe I should start doing that. Create like a library of useful info. That's a small project, right? How long would that take me? A couple hours? But yeah, what I mean, Tiny Meows, content creators are now part of the gaming ecosystem, and how you interact with them is a big part of how you interact with them is a big part of how you share your game. Yeah, a couple of hours. So, like, jumping it back. On the subject of, like, selling your indie game, it can be very hard to start thinking about how you do that by yourself, because let's say it's a medium-sized project, so it's anywhere from like 1.5 to 3 years. So for a huge part of it, you are like nose to the code, pulling things together. When it comes time, and thank you Spooky Ghost for filling the pint glass. When it comes time to start telling other people about it, you're almost too close to it. So what a lot of indie devs do is they look at how other people market their games and just do that, which is fine, but you might be missing out on a trick, you know. Work smarter, not harder. What? For fuck's sake. Dab Twitch in the EEPROM. Alright, there we go. Oh, it was because it didn't let me use SHILL in the live notification, which affected. Anyway, sorry about that, friend. Anyway, so Wolfgrad says they know an indie dev, non-gaming, who is struggling. Then started to post memes on Twitter about devs failing due to lack of marketing. His entire marketing strategy, and it became his entire marketing strategy, and it worked. No longer struggling. Well, see, the thing with memes and shitposting and nonsense like that is that you are creating content that is easily conveyed. Like, a stupid joke about the video games is something that people can easily share. Pitching someone your entire ass project is complicated and lengthy. So being able to boil it down into its like essential essences and then convey that is quite powerful. But also, again, working smarter, not harder, means that you can look at the parts of development that you enjoy, or perhaps like other things around game dev, and lean into that. Like, I was saying, like, if you want to look at non-standard marketing stuff, like, look to Crows. Anything that Victoria Tran puts out. God, I mean, hell, we all know this, but Thor of Pirate Software is a fucking great example of non-standard marketing. What does he do? He streams making the game on Twitch. And he is more than happy to break down video game stuff as much as he's happy to just meme with people and have a good time about it. Like, sorry, I'm trying to think about a good way to convey it. If what you really enjoy is just making games, you don't want to do the social media stuff, you don't want to do the nonsense, what if you make more games? I know that seems like such an obvious thing, but as an indie dev, if you are unfunded, unpublished, if it's just you, like, your time is your budget. So if you say, right, I am going to spend 4 hours a day. Spend 4 hours a day working on my main game. Okay, that's your budget throughout.
Here's some coffee money for when you're at ShillCon this weekend.
I'm a shill so hard. Lawrence, that's very, very kind of you, and thank you. In honesty, that's probably going to go more on, on food and keeping the household upright, but thank you. Well, thank you. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought, but think about the club. Now, obviously the club is a big project. You know, it's browser-based, it's multiplayer, it's not something you can bang out in a couple of days. But what could you bang out in a couple of days? And then can you make little assets around that, you know? Just screen to GIF, the most interesting thing of the little game that you jammed out in 2 days. There you go. like, you can put it up on itch.io, maybe polish it up later if you really feel the need, but you've made something alongside what you're already doing. And pushing those free games out there can be a way to gain traction. You know? itch.io is not a great place for discoverability, but you can create a big catalog of games, and you can gain a following. I mean, Robin, it's not a bad shout. It's something that you can, like, making a multiplayer game in UE5 over a weekend, and just recording some screens from it,
Reactor
putting some
online.
weird stuff in.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Wait, I'm still subbed to this streamer?
Yeah, Wheeler Dealer actually spoke to Mr. Twitch about this, and he has locked you into the longship. You are forbidden from leaving. Probably should have spoken to you about this. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Oh, and to Jaeger, Watto and welcome as well. Hello, hello. It's not a coal. It's not a coal! If it was, I'd be in charge, which I'm very clearly not. And Jaeger, I'm doing very well. I got into a bit of a Twitter spat with a pro tag of the day, but it spawned a lot of really good conversation about how indie video game devs can market their game and get into stuff. So Wheeler Dealer, we've been chatting like back and forth about the guy who was running his mouth about how his games are brilliant and Squirrel with a gun is dumb and silly but gets all the attention. I'm not responding to this cult nonsense. Yeah, but I mean, Wheeler Dealer. Yes, my mentions were a hotbed for a few days, but it spawned so many good talks and so many good conversations that I'm really glad that I did. I do not have to answer that one, Strager, nor will I. Also, thank you again, Spooky Ghost. But yeah, so one of the things I was saying is, if you want to market as an indie, like, allocate yourself 2 hours every other day to social media. Now, if you want to do the standard, the done thing, every time you hit a milestone or a feature, like, bag yourself a crap load of screenshots, like 5 or 6 nice high quality GIFs, and post those, you know, once a day, once every other day, you know, so that when people go to your social media stuff, they have this nice feed of just like assets of the game, what it does, what it looks like, you know, the kind of thing that when someone finds it, they can get excited about. TikTok's really good for just banging out videos. As Nathan was saying, if you look at how Zalavir's been using TikTok to talk about his game, it's a really good example. However, not all of us are naturally funny, charming individuals like Zalavir. You know, some of us are awkward pisshead Brits like myself. Or there are a lot of us, especially in the gaming space, that don't like being on camera. I don't mind it. I'm kind of inoculated against it, like having to listen to my own voice. But it's alright not liking being on camera. That's fine. So it's, what can you do that you can still put in front of people that isn't that? You don't have to copy, you know, someone who's already charming and successful. What do you like doing? What can you do? You know, one thing that I saw from one particular company is they turned the 4 protagonists into little chibi-style characters. And so they would have their artist just draw the characters being super silly as a quick warm-up sketch every day. So when they went to a convention, it's all 4 of the pro tags like hanging out the side of a tiny car, you know. But pick any number of things, but it was cute, it was kind of fun, and it generated some interest. And the through line of the characters worked very well, especially considering the game they were showing was actually very serious and very po-faced, which is very hard to maintain as a brand identity, unless you go in character. See, there's another thing. If you're making a narrative game or a game with some kind of narrative element, why not start making stuff from that character's perspective? You know? Make a themed account. Feckin' hell, me and Wolfcrad, okay. I didn't know it was Wolfcrad, but I saw somebody in my mentions that was being followed by Rocco the Rat, and so I was like, I must follow you, and Wolfcrad was like, it's me, and I'm like, what? Anyway, the point being, is that for the Ichi Zone, they've got multiple character accounts. They have Rocco Rat, who's like the disgruntled, I got ripped off by a big brand kind of thing, and then you've got Cliffy Cheese, who's like the Chucky Cheetah or whatever the bloody hell the Cheetos monster is called. You've got that as kind of like the big brand account, so you can create back and forth banter. You can do something that's in universe. Though it's kind of fascinating that for each year, the Ichi Zone keeps putting its launch date as National Cheese Day each year, and then they keep moving it forward. Don't sell the name of Chester Cheetah. He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Sorry about that. Alright. But no, like, creating things in universe that you can use to sell your game if you don't want to be front and center is fine. I mean, shit. If you enjoy dressing up like a giant bloody mushroom, start a mushroom account. Have that be the thing that talks about. Make a puppet. I mean, Richard Garriott went in Ren Fair kit to E3. Lord British was a character that he came up with that he played very well. And, like, let me tell you, if you are nervous about public speaking or about selling your stuff, trust me when I say, when you're talking from the character's perspective, it's fine. It's great. It's ridiculous. One industry friendo has made like a little pumpkin head puppet that they use for all their announcements, and it's feckin' great. Tiny Meows, I am saying you should cover your flesh shop and the mushroom shop. I don't know. Sorry, TikTok's been really weird for me the last couple of weeks. Right now, it thinks I'm based in Brazil, and that I want to go to a Ren Fair dressed as a mushroom. So I get a lot of mushroom content now, which is weird, and a lot of people from Brazil. I'm not sure why, it just is. Okay, but Robin, you've got to admit, a standard-looking game development person telling you about their game doesn't spark joy. A fucking puppet telling you about a video game sparks joy. Like, the one thing that I've not seen discussed outside of streaming circles is the success of VTubers for breaking down that barrier, you know? People are a lot more amenable to an anime character or some kind of like ridiculousness talking to them about a thing than some people. And that's fine. That's great. You know? Make a VTuber, well, not a VTuber, but make that kind of like reactionary animated puppet setup and use that to talk about your game. Yeah, Yoko Taro wears a giant mask. A giant mask of one of the saddest characters in the whole of his freaking games, but all the same, I will never forget the point where he pulled a t-shirt off his co-worker's back and rolled around the ground going, Nier Automata! Nier Automata! But it's okay if you're not that kind of, like, spontaneous, loopy bananas individual. It's okay for your... That's okay. Unfortunately, we live in a society, and if you want your games to do well, you have to find a way to tell people. So how can you do that in a way that you enjoy? How can you do that in a way that works? And that's when you start getting into the cool stuff. Beck yo!
This random ad break is brought to you by Will talking about games. I wonder where else you'll be talking about it this week.
Akira Zero, thank you kindly for mentioning it. As an aside to our video game... we live in a puppet society. As an aside to my video game industry banter, I'm gonna be on a panel at PAX. Oh no, what's that? You can't go to PAX because the world sucks? Well, this panel's going to be live streamed, and I am going to be a glorious disaster. So, you will be able to watch the stream. It's the Make a Game in an Hour panel. My good friends Eric and a team of games industry veterans will be attempting to make a whole game in 1 hour, and I'm going to make it far more difficult for them by being an arse. I mean, Wolfcrad, I post a mushroom every day until my game launches, is a Twitter account that I would sign up for. Every day, it's a picture of the same mushroom. Like, once... This is kind of like the fucking free your mind moment of indie development, right? Everyone says, gotta market your game, gotta market your game. Your brain goes, ah, shit, like, I don't have money to hire an agency, I don't want to pay streamers, I can't afford wraparound ads or, you know, sponsored content. What do I do? Whatever the fuck you want. The most important thing is to do, and you can have so much fun with it. And so, like Ehrman's saying a real good point, like, what's real life Yoko Taro like? Who knows? It doesn't matter. The character that Yoko Taro puts forward when promoting his titles is glorious. But also, sorry, Akira Zero, thank you for the 1,000 bits. There have been so many bit drops today. You fucking legends, thank you. So Merugo Albuquerque says, I would promote the game by animating in extreme detail the boring, uneventful scenes. Like when they sip tea and sit still. And release the transcripts of the exciting stuff like jumping over rooftops. Frustrate the audience that want to see cool stuff. Well, so Mayor Albuquerque, high quality moments of stillness like that do very well. What you can't have is a 1-2 punch. So basically, there's a thing in marketing and community, and I think in a few other like UX circles, where they talk about the call to action. And the call to action is, what does this post ask you to do? Most of the time for video games, it's go to the Steam page, or wishlist now, or just remember this game. But the problem is, unless someone already gives a massive fuck about your game, they won't do a two-stage anything. So, like, if you want people to sign up for the newsletter, and the call to action is go to this site, to then go to another site to click on the newsletter, people will never make that click through. Contests are sometimes some of the worst for engagement because people get really excited, but if it's a contest that requires you to go to a site to acknowledge that you've read the rules, people just don't. Like, you get this massive silent drop-off. I mean, Robin retweeting a picture of your cat, using AI to put it into a funny outfit. Like, for every wish list, I will post a new photo of my cat in a different AI-generated outfit. Like, yo. And each day, it's like, how many you've posted versus how many are still left. Kind of like the crab facts, but something like that. And I mean, Lance, that's a very, very good point. The bad news is no one tell you how to do some of these things. The good news is no one to stop you. Well, I mean, but hello, here I am. Wheeler Dealer's hanging out here, and like, Wheeler Dealer is one of the myriad of people that I've kind of, you know, I came into this industry like looking up to peeps like that, you know? I had such good like knowledge and advice passed down to me by especially a lot of the Sega of America team. They were real cool about sharing stuff. But in the same breath, like, you know, me and Craig were doing new and weird shit. At least in terms of, like, that organization and how it was operating. Like, we made a silly YouTube show where we talked about the game we were working on. It wasn't dev diaries, it wasn't interviews, it wasn't heavily pre-constructed assets. Nah, it was just us talking and being silly. And it ended up working. But yeah, like, friends, if you want to sit down and work out a marketing strategy or a campaign or what have you for your game, I'm feckin' down for it. I'll do it. Yeah, I mean, Lance, the skate footage that has been going around recently is so counter to how EA would usually do very careful, very precise, big budget marketing assets, and it's done great. Like, I don't think it's unfair to say that Skate's early alpha video footage is a more successful asset. Sorry, if you're new to the term, asset means like a screenshot or an image or a video, anything that would be like sent to press or journos or attached to a social media post. But yeah, do you know what? Those Skate early alpha footage has done so much better than the Neil Blomkamp live action video for, oh god, boring name, flying robot suits, Anthem. Like, Van Beast, I am telling you that being attacked by dogs while unboxing of a video game was a non-standard video. I know, shocking. But I got the inspiration from the Bioshock unboxing video. I mean, I couldn't tell you at what point getting attacked by dogs stopped being a joke and started being a real thing. Yeah, Lance, yeah, Anthem, the new Call of Duty. But there was an advert for the Bioshock Collector's Editions, and they had like the different levels of it. And so at first it was kind of just a boring, white glove, I'm gonna sell you a video game kind of video. And I was like, eh. But the last one they had was the Super Duper Whooper Collector's Edition that came with an actual Big Daddy, and the person in a Big Daddy cosplay costume kind of waddles into shot and starts like flailing the drill around. And I was like, you know what? That's genuinely funny. Like, how can we take the idea of the unboxing video and do something interesting with it? And yeah. Then after that, we did the Hunboxing for Attila, which did crack me up. That was pretty fucking funny. Good times, good times. I completely lost my train of thought there, and now I'm just talking about fun stuff. I mean, lads, that would be fucking funny. I think the other thing from that one was, it ends with one of the devs walking off shot, hand in hand with the Big Daddy, and I was like, you know what? Especially in an open plan office, that's fucking funny. But the lesson to take away from this isn't. The lesson to take away from this is, once you understand the core of your game and what people want from it, and you understand what you like doing, when you can marry these two things together, then you can produce, like, marketing assets quick and cheap that get it done. And Tiny Meows, as I was saying, like, while the guy was just having a general whinge, from his ignorance, a bunch of really interesting conversations have happened, which I'm very, very down to talk about. Plus, the games industry is fucking quiet as right now because everyone's coming back from Gamescom, and there is no news. Oh, okay. We could talk about how Tencent have grandfathered System Shock 3, but no one knows what's going on with the game. Or I'd say no one's talking about it. Facebook are shutting their gaming app down this October. That's really about it. The Fortnite dance lawsuit got dismissed out of court. Oh yeah, if you want to feel very, very uncomfortable, friends, Gamescom attracted 265,000 people. So, Gamescom's getting back up to speed. I think at peak, Gamescom would see 160,000 people over 5 days. So, feckin' we. Yeah, Lance, since Twitch has let me make my own tags, I'm having fun with it. Video game shill, shill for games, don't pre-order. Pre-ordered. I also, I watched the Stephanie Sterling video about the Demeanor dev melting down and getting banned from Twitter. So, like, I am reminded that by being a visibly straight white guy on the internet, I am basically playing easy mode, and Twitter drama doesn't come to me unless I start it. And again, I don't wish the guy any ill. He had to mute the thread after a while because everyone was giving him shit. You know? The whole... Remember, friends, every day on Twitter, there is a main character, and the goal is never to be it. Never be the protagonist of Twitter. Well, I mean, Robin, I'm sure you know the story, but the Demeanor dev became so unhinged, he got banned from his own game forums. He got banned from the Demeanor Steam forums. And yeah, like, friends, if you want a great example of how to handle, like, negative nonsense in social media environments, Stephanie Sterling is very combative when it comes to dealing with shitty people, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I wouldn't recommend it as a marketing strategy at all. But if you find yourself in that situation, that's how you get it done. Yeah. The rules on Twitter are never punch down, never be the protagonist of the day, and, I don't know, remember that your Twitter likes are public. But yeah, the video game industry has been very quiet because, again, everyone's coming back from Gamescom and preparing for PAX and stuff like that, so... Okay, there was one thing. Is Sadlin in yet? As I was gonna save this till Sadlin was about, just because it's probably going to directly apply to Multiversus. However, friends, crewmates, and esteemed pissheads, it is my absolute pleasure to inform you that Warner Brothers has trademarked Big Chungus. Fat Bugs Bunny, Big Chungus, is now a Warner Brothers trademarked character. So alongside Ultra Instinct Shaggy, we are going to see Big Chungus. Now, do you think Big Chungus is going to be a unique character, or do you think it's going to be a Bugs Bunny skin? That's the question. Rainier, I don't actually remember the origin of Big Chungus, only that it continues to make me laugh. And now it's canon. Oh, actually, on the subject of me being a huge shill, I mean, as I've said, friends, you know, my goal is to become the biggest shill on Twitch.televisio. That's right, I'm gonna make indie devs monstrous amounts of money by this, the medium of Twitch. That's the way of the shill. Sorry, joking aside, Humble have started doing their summer sale. So if there are any of the larger titles you're thinking of picking up, go for it. I'm thinking of getting Hitman 3 for Steam if it plugs into the other 2 games, but I haven't had the chance to research it. But friends, Deep Rock Galactic's $15. That's a bunch of like Deathloop's $20, and that's like one of the freshest AAA games I've played in so long. Where were the other bangers? Noita's a tenner, in case you want to destroy your sleep pattern. Bayonetta is $5. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, Lord of the Memes, is $8. Oh, 7 Days to Die is $8. There's another one that will kill your sleep pattern. Okay, Favor 6 Viking Ubershill's not bad. But I think Shillium, Shillium Gold Vigard. Shill Overguard is definitely my cyberpunk name. Oh yeah, Barotrauma is $8 as well. Spiritfarer is a tenner. Like, just if for some reason, dear friends, you desperately needed more video games, I got you. Oh, and Bacon was saying, just as something to bear in mind, that the Xbox and Steam versions of Deep Rock Galactic are very different and they do not have crossplay. So Bacon, thank you for the reminder. Big Chungus boss fight in Subtweet Emissary. Let's go! I'm just so happy Big Chungus is in. Oh, Martin literally got Humble Choice today. 10 more games in. Nice. I will say, on the shill subject though, when I look at my Steam collection, like, most of my Steam collection is games I've bought, but then also games that I get via BAFTA, and because I think my Sega All Key is still active, so anytime Sega releases a PC game, I think it just gets added. Oh no, I think that one's stopped. Because I don't have Total Warhammer 3 yet, but I probably will at some point. But it's like, you know, I do use sites like Keymailer, and I do have PR people that send me keys. So I don't know if that counts towards my shill rating. Okay, Mayor of Albuquerque, that's a very good point. There is no sentence with quite so much introspection as when I look in my Steam collection. When I was looking at what we're going to play this week, and I will admit, I didn't end up going with anything too wild. So, it is PAX week. So, friends, you have proper streams today, tomorrow, and then a short stream on Thursday. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to try and do little short streams from PAX. More for YouTube than for anything else, but just so I can, like, update you on the games I've seen and what's been really cool. Because I have a lot of press interviews and things going, so. Last call for bourbon bacon smoothies. Oh. That's actually, it's probably really tasty. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Oh yeah, so I'm going through my Steam library, and the thing that was really weird to look at yesterday was all the games that I've worked on that never got released or got cancelled, that still have app IDs in Steam that will never be seen by anyone. There probably isn't even a game to download to try. but it's a number that's significantly higher than I remember. There's also a few games that had real potential and
Reactor
then
online.
died.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
One holiday trip later, one more what ho friends.
What ho friends indeed. Harmonious, how are you doing? Sorry. Thank you for 44 months. You're fucking legend. How was your holiday? Tell us your tales. I think at this point I'm just rambling incoherently about video games. And for some reason you lot seem fine with me doing this, so that's cool. You know what? That's a great Polygon article. Sorry, Lance was suggesting the Secret Steam Graveyard. God, that would be fascinating. Like, all the games that die quietly, but that only exist in app IDs on Steam. Like, the studios are gone, the people who make it have gone on to other things. Like, that would be fucking fascinating. But yeah, the only other news that was worth chatting about was System Shock 3. So basically, nobody knows what's happening. The studio. So yeah, if we go over to I think it was Video Games Chronicle that's writing about this. So System Shock 3 had been in development for several years in Outside Entertainment, which is a studio out of Austin, Texas. And it was originally helmed up by Paul Neurath and Warren Spector, and then it just fucking disappeared. All we can tell, friends, is that Tencent acquired Other Side Entertainment. Now they're gone. And so, because of the way it's shaped out, Tencent now has the rights to make System Shock 3. And it's bizarre. So what happened? We had our studio, and then Tencent came in and was like, we'll have this. And according to the journos who've been looking into it, like, Other Side's just gone. Like, the team has long left. So, good old Stephen Kick, the person who heads up Night Dive, and long Shippian friendo, was saying that the license for System Shock 3 was given to Warren Spector and Paul at Other Side. And then when they sold the studio, they were given a sub-license. Alright, just in case there's anybody here that doesn't understand the difference between license and sub-license. So, an IP is everything pertaining to that thing. So System Shock is all the video games of System Shock. That is the whole license. If they made System Shock collectible plushies or mugs or a game where you get to date Shodan. Sorry, went off into space there. But anything System Shock branded or System Shock adjacent is part of the IP. If the IP goes to somebody else, it's all of it. The back catalogue, the ideas, the whole thing. A sub-license is when you take a small part of that IP and give it to somebody else to let them make something. Obviously not for free. Yeah, Games Workshop is a good example of sub-licensing. So, for example, we have, the Chaos Tide, what's it called? The 40k Vermintide. How am I forgetting the name of it? I've signed up. What's it called? Dark Tide, thank you. So Dark Tide is a Warhammer 40,000 video game. But the team making it, they haven't been given all of the Warhammer 40,000 license. They've just been given this little part of it. You know, this Hive City, these characters, this place. They couldn't suddenly make a game about Dark Elves playing poker. Wow, I'm just coming up with shite game ideas today. Sorry, friends. Now, the thing about those sub-licenses is they exist for a determinate amount of time. And there's usually clauses and things to stop things from getting really squiffy. Now, what we've been told about the System Shock 3 license is that Tencent has to make System Shock 3 within X amount of time, and then otherwise the license reverts back to Night Dive. However, because of the way it's done, no one else can make System Shock 3 right now. If Tencent makes System Shock 3, they then have the option to continue making games like sequels in the series. So they can then start making System Shock 4, System Shock 5. But they can't suddenly make the Showdown dating game, not without renegotiation. And if they don't make the game within X amount of time, again, it reverts back. Flavor 6, Eldar Strip Poker. Yeah, the flesh comes off. Lance, entirely correct. So, yeah, Sony with the Spider-Man license. Although, I believe that one is they had the complete license for any cinematic adaptation of Spider-Man. So, to get Spider-Man included in the MCU before Disney bought Fox did require some, like, sub-licensing finagling. It's an absolute mess. Actually, yeah, Wolfgrad, the Fantastic Four is definitely a more accurate one. Oh, at least was. I mean, it was nice to see. It was nice to see Reed Richards in a movie, even if my drunk ass did think it was Raul Cooley playing him at the beginning, and then it wasn't. Okay, I like how you all are now just designing the Dark Elves Poker Night at the Inventory game. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea. Now, Secret Robin, you are correct. Night Dive is still doing remakes of System Shock 1 and 2, I believe. And that's going to continue. There's also, like, if they decide to make other games in the System Shock universe, they can. And they can be really clever about it. They just shouldn't. They can't make System Shock 3. So they could make, you know, System Shock, you know, the Citadel incident, where it's, you know, System Shock 1 from a different perspective. They could do prequel games. You know, they could do a whole thing about, you know, the aliens from System Shock 2. They can do the Showdown dating game, and absolutely feckin' should, because of reasons. Look, I've made it no secret. I have a crush on Showdown. I don't understand it, and I don't question it. It just is. Anyway, if you're allowed to be thirsty for Pyramid Head, I'm not going to apologize for crushing on Showdown. Okay, see, Dustin, with a name like Come Show Dance With Me, a System Shock rhythm dating sim, the game writes itself. I have to tweet that. So I'm actually tweeting it now. Now I'm trying to remember what Stephen Kick's Twitter is. Yeah, sorry, no, friends. I'm just writing a tweet now. I'm ignoring you all. Oh, Pipriat Beast. Come show dance with me and System Shock dating sim. Lana says, alright, I hear you, but what if I'm down with the system? Oh, and Night Valen, what, ho friend? It is wonderful to be here, and yes, I am the charming and handsome biggest shill on this Twitch.television. And you know what? One of the things that's been really interesting about those projects, because Lance was saying, if Dead by Daylight can have a dating sim, why not System Shock? What's been really interesting is those kinds of concepts that are incredibly mimetic, that end up actually being good. Yeah, Lost Flowers, you get it. But no, if you want to talk about like marketing stuff, being able to make meme games like, you know, the Dead by Daylight dating sim, Hooked on You, and things like that, it works. But you do need to have a property that's so po-faced that has a mimetic quality to it. Also, Jackie Fox, nice. Favor6 says, what if not just Shodan, but more like Doki Doki with Shodan, Lady Dimitrescu, etc. I mean, multi-licensing is a mess. It's one of the reasons why it's only really attempted by cabals of tiny indies or super huge monster companies, because the amount of paperwork and nonsense to do cross-IP stuff, like, whoa. See, Multiversus works because it's all under Warner Brothers IPs. They don't have to get permission from anybody else. But to cross System Shock with Resident Evil, it would be a massive undertaking. I mean, Dead by Daylight has done those crossovers, but I would love to know just how much goes into it. Sorry, I'm getting way off into my nonsense. Why do you not just let me ramble? And Fred makes a good real point that with Wesker being the next villain, the next, what do they call him, Hunter? There is a chance of Lady Dimitrescu making it into Dead by Daylight. Killer, thank you, Fred. Eagle Live says, let you. As if we could stop you. Probably could. Please don't. Oh yeah, Wolfgrad, it becomes easier in Fortnite because you can just pour money on the problem. Like, you can just hire 15 lawyers. Just be like, go handle the brand deals, lawyers. Go deal with it. Perun is actually asleep, Vanderbeast, so I am beyond his judgment. No Hopchars. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. But you're right, the waffles are beyond. Now, EXO, did Xenoblade 3 subvert expectation in a good way or a bad way? Oh, okay. Wolfgrad says that's what Perun wants me to think. It's a surprise. Should have known. Should have known. Anyway, in case you couldn't tell from all my nonsense banter, I've missed you lot. I hope you had a feckin' great weekend. As for video games today, so I've got Tinykin. Now, okay, after all my banter about, like, indie games and whatnot, like, Tinykin's a published indie project. Like, it has a budget, it has solid assets, it's being put out by Tiny Build, so it's not like this game is hurting for coverage, but I do still want to show it is, because it hits upon a formula that we've discussed a lot, which is take a Nintendo IP that Nintendo does fuck all with, and make an indie version. Like, Tinykin is Pikmin in all but name. And it's tiny and cute and adorable and fucking cool. You can use a bar of soap like a skateboard. Like, what's not to like? Yeah, Lance, shout out to Tiny Build. Wait, EXO? I thought they did a sequel to No Time to Explain. We're talking about the VR, the VR Bond simulator, right? Oh no, you mean the OG, like Flash game that became kind of like a sleeper hit. Eagle Lives wants another F-Zero. A recent game they actually like, yes please. I believe there's a few teams competing to be the best of the F-Zero spiritual successors. Sorry, I'm going to bring this forward. As much as I love that particular track, it does slap. It's just, it's a bit much. It's a bit much. Oh, Lance was saying that Tiny Build has helped them with multiple charity streams, so we'll always shill for him. Yeah, and Tiny Build's always been great to me. God, last time I saw the Tiny Build crew was, TwitchCon 19, and they were very cool. They were having like a little mixer on the show floor. They invited me in, and Scott Manley was hanging out, who I've met him a couple of times. Him and Dean used to be good friends, so from like Rocketworks stuff. And that was I suddenly got introduced to a whole bunch of people from NASA all at once, and it was like, cool, I'm the dumbest person here. You know, I was just absorbing the conversation because anything that I had to add to this would have sounded like you know what I mean? Now, what was really interesting was hearing one of the NASA PR people talk about the challenges that they face, because for them, they have contracts with television network channels that go back like 50, 60 years they still have to adhere to, which is fascinating. Yeah, Lance, you're spot on. Well, I'm not exactly a rocket scientist. Everyone else in the circle. Well, I am. It's alright, Vanderbeest. It's alright. Somehow we'll cope with only a limited amount of Mr. Blobby in our lives. Oh, and Fearless, that sounds freaking fascinating. Alright, I'm just trying to think if there's any other, like, video gamery stuff that I wanted to chat about with your lovely selves before we get stuck in. There's new Back 4 Blood content, for those of you still wishing to shoot zombies. XD Johnny XP, Watto and welcome. I feel kind of bad because I never finished Back 4 Blood, and I really did enjoy it. It's just Sea of Thieves kind of commands my online time now. And like, I don't play very often outside of hanging out with your good selves. We did House Brig the other day, where the three of us did a brig. It was not very interesting because COVID exhaustion is real, and I was just like a seafaring potato. But we made some cash that I will be spending on more things for my boats. Like, y'all didn't miss anything exciting. We just did a vault with gold hoarders and made vault money. Vault money. Vault money. Dustin says, Zachtronic's Solitaire Collection has announced all 7 Zachtronic games under one roof. Interesting. That's legit fascinating. Personally, I am very much looking forward to playing Last Call BBS. What was the other video gamery thing I wanted to talk to your lovely selves about? You can tell when I'm checking the hot sheets because the light from people who don't have dark mode sites is very, very noticeable. Oh yeah, so that's the plan for video games this week. We're going to do Tinykin today. We're going to do Last Call BBS tomorrow. And then on Thursday, a game that none of you have played called Mu Cartographer. M-U Cartographer. And it is a interpretive, experimental, visual puzzle game where you work basically like an alien console to try and discover things on strange planets. Oh yeah, Martin, no doubt, Last Call BBS is all killer, no filler. It's all hits. So it should be a banger. And I'll try not to get sucked into the Gundam building too hard. Like, I promise nothing, but I'll try. I guess the only other thing that was worth mentioning to your lovely selves is the original Mafia game is currently free on Steam if you don't have it. It's just free to keep as a celebration. But yeah, I think that's about it, friendos. I really do. So yeah, I guess the last question before we get into Tinykin is, what have you been playing? How was your weekend? Both me and Caffeine have kind of been binging the Caribbean Sea, just because I've got to the point in that game now where I'm trying to actually clear it, and once you get past a certain point, it's not fun to watch, friends. Like, I had a really long session. I got a galleon loaded up, kicking ass, and like 85% of the game was just fishing. Trundle from here to here, do more fishing. Travel from here to here, do more fishing. But I've been replaying The Last Stand Aftermath, which was the sequel to the Flash game, the kind of like zombie survival roguelike. And let me tell you, friends, that game sings. I am enamored with the whole like bite-sized zombocalypse concept, that rather than it being about fighting off the impossible, it's like, no, when you start the game, you've already been infected, you've been bitten. So this is the story of your character's end, and like how far you can push it. And it's feckin' great. Even if I can't work out what you're supposed to do with a sawn off. So jumping back in, Lance has been on Cult the Lamb. Sorry, Cult the Lamb has passed the Scientology Twitter in followers, declaring itself the biggest cult. Well done. Jackie was drinking at a furry convention in Berlin. That was the week. That sounds lovely. Lance has been on Yakuza Kiwami 2 and the old Final Fantasy 14, and Fearless has been binging some Valheim. Lovely. I did consider kind of copying your idea, Fearless, and just starting myself like a little like single-player Valheim game. And then I got back into The Last Stand Aftermath. Favor 6 is about to go crabbing around in MechWarrior 5. Yeah! Although, the AC-20 crab is still my favourite variant, because the claws open up, and then whatever you're looking at just ceases to be, and then they close. Harmonious didn't get to play anything over their trip, understandable. But before that, played a lot of Final Fantasy 14. I'm shocked and surprised by this turn of events. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Finished the base content of Heavensward. You'll be ready for the good stuff. Durry's been exploring the lovely new country in Genshin Impact. How's that been? Because I know, obviously, Tuna's been playing a lot of it on stream. And I know Genshin's not for me, but I love that it exists. Kaimbo's been playing Plate Up and trying to beat their highest score of day 4 overtime. Go you. Oh, and Lost Flowers has been doing more Warframe. Makes sense. And Kaimbo, I saw you said about heading back to work. And I hope you're feeling better. Like I was saying, like the post-lurg exhaustion has been very real. So I've been pretty muted. Like, some friendos came over to hang out with us on Sunday? Yeah. And, like, I was just a potato for most of it. Getting there attempted the Pirate Software Jam for Thor. Made a tiny thing that isn't a game yet. I mean, are you thinking of jamming some more on it? Or, like, tell me your tales? Considering I spent most of the day talking everybody's ear off about, like, indie publishing and marketing and all that. Oh, here's a bit of news. Brace Yourself Games is going to be going into publishing. That's a nice little... That's a nice little announcement. Feckin' wee. That literally got announced like half an hour ago. Hey, getting it. You're under no obligations, but if you need my axe, you got it. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, Dari was just adding that the exploration aspects of Genshin Impact have been getting better. And I guess that's just time and content, you know? Because that was the side of it that really intrigued me. And once I turned off the English language voice actors, that was... once I turned off the English language voices, I did find it a lot more palatable. And I know by saying this I can probably summon some numbers from the ether, but I will say that given the option to drown Paimon, I would have done it. Like, how that changes how you see me as a person is up to you, but... Oh, and I didn't even tell you all the big news. I got fancy nails. Well, actually, they're pre-decal fancy, so they'll be a little fancier by the end of, well, I guess by the end of tomorrow, the end of tonight. Lance, that was a Mega Ran track about Robotech. Harmonious, thank you. Well, see, Artipo, I wanted to go for something that was a little bit of like the Pax Prime Blue, but with a bit of a sheen to it. So they're kind of, I don't know if the camera does it justice. So they're like a metallic blue with a purple sheen to them. So, I got new decals. So I'll be able to put some fancy ones on my fingies. I'm going to try one of the glow-in-the-dark decals to see if it works. God, friends, we have just chatted through the entirety of the Everhood soundtrack. All right, what do we want? Let's have some chill jams. Let's have some chill jams. There we go. Get ready for some cutie patootie indie games. I will say, friends, continuing my nonsense monstrous shillness, I might be a little bit decadent today, friends. I think today is a banh mi day. I think I need sarnies. It's gonna blep with Fiona. It does mean that Aperios will have more footage of me stuffing food into my gob. Oh, Dustin, that would be feckin' great. Sorry, Dustin was saying I should get some letter decals and put indie and games. Shit, that's a great idea. Where's my decal box? Let's see if we've got anything that works with this.
The game is a mind game in which the objective is to avoid thinking about the game itself. Thinking about the game constitutes a loss, which must be announced each time it occurs. Just purchased Career Break bundle for £12.
Whoever that was, I want you to think about what you've done, you feckin' terror. Because I have just lost the game. Absolute villain. I'm just gonna look in my little box of decals, see if I have some letter ones. Because I've got ones in black, and I don't think these will work though. So yeah, so these are the ones I have that I got for Murder Goose like 1,000 years ago. But these aren't white; these are see-through. Let me see if I've got some other lettering ones. Because if I can do indie games on my nails, you better fucking believe I'm gonna. We might be SOL on this idea. I'm sorry, friends. Apparently, I didn't feel the need to buy. My dumbass didn't feel the need to buy light-coloured lettering, and I'm not going all the way down to. Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, I was suggesting banh mi, and then you were like, my body didn't auto-reject on noodles, and I'm like, no.
That's good.
Is he having a... Oh, poor baby. Poor baby Nuggy.
I did think about what I did 15 minutes ago. Just purchased Storage Strategy and Role Playing bundle for £9.90.
Alright, well, joking aside, friends, Perun has come to say hello. Even though you are using the humble link to be a complete terror, thank you kindly. I know it's a pain in the ass to use like partner links and stuff, but you help feed this little bundle of joy, and you help feed this gangly fuck. So, thank you. The famous Perun has graced you with his presence. Aha, see, Wolfgrad, you should have been quicker. Wolfgrad said that Perun needs to judge me. Joke's on you. I am beyond. Beyond your petty guinea pig morality. Bismarck, Watto, and welcome. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Splatoon 3 demo. I heard that people trying to hack it are getting account bans already, which makes me very, very happy. Yeah, so Bismarck, tell us your thoughts. Tell us your feels on new Splatoon, because I find everything around Splatoon to be thoroughly fascinating. Oh, and Hillian, how are you doing? Sorry, I didn't say a proper hello when you came in. How's it going? What's been going down with your good self? I realise that I've just been looking at decals in front of all of you. That's how exciting I am on this. Twitch.television. My shill powers activate. Sorry. That's going to be making me laugh for a while. Like I said, I ain't mad at the guy. I'm not offended. I got no beef with them. But it amused me greatly being called a Twitch shill. Oh, lovely. Get a little bit of nostalgia there, Hillian. That sounds lovely. And puns, what ho friends? The day goes well. Amos met a kitty, and they got on really well. I was chatting a lot about the guy who was whinging about squirrel with a gun. Let me see. You're right, Lance, once again, yeah, I'm shilling for the Steel City Zone on the planning committee. Oh yeah, and Artie Poe, you know, I'm going for that nail art money. I'll be on beauty Instagram in no time. The thing is, I get so many compliments about my nails. And every time I tell people what it is, they give me this look of like, bleh. And I'm like, no, I just take the leftover decals from my giant robots and stick them on me fingies. I've got to decide what style of decals I'm going for packs. Excuse you, loud vehicle nonsense.
Speaking of squirrels, why do squirrels have such a hard time in school?
I don't know.
Because macadamia is a tough nut to crack.
Macadamia. As in academia. A macadamia nut. Puns. Mothra. Winifred Elizabeth left-hand drive Spectre. And the problem is, now I've got the feckin' music of the future stuck in my head from Look Around You. A macadinho, a macadinho, a macadinho, dinho, dinho. Why would you do this? Shaunarus is like, and I mean this in the best way, but grown. I mean, grown in the best way is definitely, it's a little early for that in the day for me. It's only 3:30. But yes, apparently you managed to get the Animaniacs Macarena parody stuck in everybody's brain, so well done. Mine's not recording it, so I don't have to worry.
Don't like about that tune remixed with the Mario theme.
As in, like, the music of the future, but Mario. A macadinho, a macadinho, a macadinho, dinho, It works, actually. I think it slaps. Dustin's still laughing at their "come show dance with me." Look, you might have just started a real-ass video game. It was Dustin, let me look. You might have just spawned a real-ass video game. Oh yeah, so puns. That was the other thing from earlier. Is we were chatting about like different ways to market your video game, and we were talking about non-standard forms of marketing. Things like Dead by Daylight's Hooked on You dating game. Well, actually, the Colonel Sanders dating game is probably a better example of that. And so Dustin came up with Come Show Dance With Me, a System Shock rhythm dating game. Okie dokie lokies. My Hero Macadamia World Gone Nuts. Dustin, you're on fire today. You're on fire today. Okay, sorry. I keep getting multi-track Drifty Potato. As an aside, one of the people I was talking to about indie game funding from the Twitter nonsense just sent me a copy of one of their titles, which they did not have to do. Because one person was saying on the subject of how you make money as an indie, and they were saying that it's very, very stressful, and that if you want to make any sensible amount of cash, you need to be releasing a big hit every year. And I understand where they're coming from. If I could tell you how to make money successfully as an indie dev, then I would be like the grand high legendary guru of all video games. You know, if it ever got to the point where I could just tell you how to make $1 squillion, I would. Honest. Hopefully when one of you ends up being a multi-millionaire, you can chuck a few over this way. Like, that's my goal. You're basically my my retirement fund. But, what was I saying? Oh, yes. You know, I got to talk to them about Zalavir's pizza money method. Or at least I used them to talk about the pizza money philosophy, about creating like a strong back catalogue of games that will continue to sell, with the idea that that will allow you to keep funding projects. But it's not really great advice for a team that's already in the suck. Like, if you've already formed your team and you're already working towards releasing your first game, you can't time travel back 5 years and just start releasing small indie games, you know? But it is what it is. It was a real fun thing to talk about. So, this was a title that came out in November of last year. So it's called Paralily, and it appears to be like a multi-dimensional platformer, like a cute little princess that blinks in and out of different dimensions to traverse an environment. And it looks solid. I obviously not had a chance to play it, so I can't tell you if it's good or bad. But you know, as a fully indie launched title, it's kind of fascinating. They're working on a massively multiplayer sheep game next, which I think is going to be real cool. And like, it's just kind of going back to the thing I was talking about earlier, friends, that because you lot are so good to me, I get to just support any and every video game that I can, and it makes me real happy. Oh, and Fearless, that's way cool. That's way cool. Alright, bear with me just a second, dear friends. And then let's get stuck into some video games. I have so many emails. I managed to get my emails down to a sensible number, and I blinked back at them this morning, and I'm back up into the hundreds, and I'm like, PAX week it is. Okay, Hillian, I don't think the game is called Flock Amok, but it really should be. to tell Fiona, but I don't think you need a drill to make a sandwich. Oh no, it's to order, so it might be constructing some kind of platform. Yeah, sadly, it's not called Flock Amok. It's Sheep Tag 2, which is a Kickstarted title. I'm just bringing up their Kickstarter. It is a successfully Kickstarted title. So they're working towards Sheep Tag 2. The sheep tagging, I assume. Alright, so bear with me 2 seconds, friends, and then let's get stuck into Tinykin. If you haven't seen Tinykin, it's a fascinating art style, it looks cute as heck, and it is Pikmin in all but name. So, like, instead of being an adventure on an alien planet, you're a tiny little guy doing tiny little guy stuff. Oh no! So Lance, what are you gonna do? Lance was saying that they weren't gonna go to PAX, so they booked like a little holiday adventure and managed to win a 4-day badge. Okay, so puns, I'm gonna invite the Lunar Wolf Studio people over here just so that you can lay a bunch of just so that you can lay a whole bunch of sheep puns on them. Alright, and the deed is done. Okay, the deed is almost done. But the tippity tap that you're hearing is me helping an indie team right now. I can't tell you anything about it, but I'm helping. Alright, boosh. See, here's the thing. On the subject of indie funding, I'm not directly involved with publishers like I used to be. I was kind of hoping at GDC I'd be able to rekindle some friendos, but I didn't get the chance to see a lot of people, and a lot of the peeps that I know have moved on to like other spaces. But I will help you find a publisher if that's a thing that you want to do. And I don't charge. I just message my friends and I'm like, I've got a dope game. Because if your title isn't ready to be published, I'll tell you. You know? So, yeah, there's one particular dev team that I've been chatting with, and they have a really good concept. The problem is, it's one of those, it's weird and different. Like, shamanistically, I know it's going to be good, but I can't point to a business use case. So I've got to just try and convince people to sign them. I know I should probably fucking... Sorry. I was going to say, I know I should probably, like, charge for that kind of thing and stuff like it, but... Nah, I I want to see these games do well. And I don't know, if they end up making millions and millions and millions of dollars, I'll be like, hey, send me some money, please. But I'm not gonna gatekeep the contacts I have, because there are so many great games out there that never get made because people can't afford to go full-time indie. They need the funding to make it happen. They legit need a publisher to take it to market. And I don't know, it would be super hypocritical of me to gatekeep that or to charge people for that. Do you know what I mean? Or am I just talking? Have I officially lost it? Probably. Anyway, you lot keep me alive. I don't need them to pay me, so I'm not gonna. Yeah. I mean, Vanderbeast, yeah, if they want to toss coins at us. Also, Puns is still going on the sheep names. Accidents will happen. You better run, DLC. Bacon, it is. I don't know, I love video games, and okay, the game you never make is always perfect, right? But there are so many great concepts that I've seen vertical slices of or heard pitches for, and because of just the nature of publishing and things like that, those games never got made. And at least for a few of them, I think we're kind of poorer for their absence, do you know what I mean? And I can't talk about them because those games might still get publishing later on. You know, those teams might still revisit those concepts, so I don't want to run my mouth in case I end up, like, causing problems. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Puns with a good sheep game is like a unicorn.
Humble store purchase made for $23.99.
Which of you lovely mother hobbits with that? And which game was that as well? Because again, if you don't mind me being massive shill, there's so many bangers in the humble sale at the moment. So many bangers. In fact, pretty much most of the stuff that we have in like the Great Hall is on sale there. Vermintide 2 is $6. Holy shit. Oh, Lost Flowers picked up Deathloop. Well, I'll say no more in it because I don't want to spoil anything, but you are going to have a great time. Yeah, see, sorry, Harmonious was saying good luck to them on the publishing subject, that Weird and Different is a niche market, but it's a very real market. It is. Games that stand out can be very powerful. The problem is, once you talk to people about games in the games industry, when you start talking about, right, here's a game I think you should publish, everybody gets their grown-up hats on. Everyone gets their business hats on, which is understandable, you know. We often talk a lot about, you know, the evils of big publishers and AAA and, you know, the challenges and difficulties of working for a team. But for these boutique publishers and indie publishers, like, it's a risk. You know, you're essentially gambling on whether or not you think the game is going to do well. You say, right, I think this game is going to do... and this game's going to make $1 million, so I'm going to give you $250,000 to make it, and then I get a cut of that $1 million. Like, it's essentially like the end of it, you know. Yes, publishers should provide you other, not just money, but also things like QA and promotion and PR and things like that. They should provide those. And if you're ever looking to sign find other studios and other devs that have worked with that publisher to get like a real clarity on what they actually provide. But from a publisher's standpoint, they have to take a gamble on any of the games they sign, and if the game is weird, if the game is strange, and there isn't another example you can point to, it can be hard to make that pitch. Because you need to be able to sit in a meeting and say, this game is going to sell 500,000 copies. And someone is going to go, how do you know that? And you have to be able to back that up. So you need to be able to say, well, this game sold 1 million units, and this game sold 1 million units. We're smaller, so we think we're going to sell half that. And that's an educated guess that you can put forward in a business meeting, being like, we made some weird shit that no one's done before! It's very hard. It's very hard to be able to pitch that. Honestly, I know it's gauche, but knowing how to describe a game, as Lance is saying, knowing how to pitch a game is just as important as, well, I mean, if your goal is to get funding, is just as important. And being able to boil it down to, it's like, see, look, I've rotted my brain with bad TV. I was just going to say, it's like Doki Doki Literature Club meets F-Zero. Like, whilst that isn't a real game, that is something that creates an intriguing concept. Like, a meta-narrative horror dating game racing game? Okay. Now, a self-aware racing game, I do think is something that... Harmonious, I would... Okay. Using a racing game to do a meta-narrative story, I think is a brilliant concept. And I'm curious to see who'll do it first.
This is why we get all of the "Did you hear Publisher X turned down massive success? Why? What idiots?" Without also mentioning the 2,000 things that sold 10 copies they also turned down.
That is also a good point, and Shackle, thank you for the bits. Like, these publishers, like, at places like GDC, publishers will get pitched anywhere from, like, 10, 15 to, like, a few hundred video games over 5 days. So they're usually looking for things that are as safe and guaranteed as possible. I mean, we've talked about this multiple times, but the amount of studios that turn down PUBG is more than I care to count. I don't want to name any names, but I was hanging out with Brendan whilst he was trying to pitch that, and Bluehole, a Korean company, were the ones that took the gamble on it. And I think we all know how that worked out for them, don't we? And yet, Lance, that's also a very good point. You may be one of 10 games pitching the same, it's X popular game meets X popular game. And that's where, like, pitching is a theatrical art form. Now, if you'll ever get to the point where you need to start pitching, come talk to me, because I'm good at that. And I don't mean to toot my own horn, but, like, pitching is where I excel. But that's not the story. That's not the story. Sorry, the reason I bring this up is it was one of the other things that came up during the great big Twitter off yesterday, is someone was saying, like, you know, how are you supposed to succeed how are you supposed to succeed as an indie dev in such a packed out space? You know, just, you know, get Devolver to publish you. Thing is, Devolver are incredibly selective over what titles they pick up, because they can. Like, when you reach a certain level of success as a publisher, you get to pick what you want. And that's very, very feckin' powerful. We also have people like Annapurna as well, who go for a specific aesthetic to create a strong brand identity. But, like, with love and respect, It is very possible that any one of you could become a wildly successful game developer. Now, what you consider to be success, only you can justify that. Is it money? Is it people knowing your game? Is it getting to just make the kind of games you love? That's up to you. But it is unlikely that anyone here will become an indie boutique publisher, so I don't want to get too hard into that, you know? It's a fun thing to think about. I mean, publishing is its own bizarre idle game. It's a strange management sim. Oh, Vanderbeest, what are Tinykin?
Well, they're little blocks, right? They're little blocks.
I mean, Wolfgrad, you're entirely correct. Annapurna would turn down something like Elden Ring. It doesn't fit their aesthetic, and it's too big a project to handle. I mean, I'm often reminded that Bandai Namco, while we don't talk about them as much as we do other publishers, they know what they're doing. You know, they have steered the Soulsian franchise to success. I mean, Dustin, turning Strange Scaffold, Zalavir's team, into a management sim would be feckin' hilarious. Now, do you play as Zalavir, or do you have to try and manage Zalavir? There's the question. So Harmonious, I won't pretend to talk with great authority about non-gaming projects, like, because that's what I know. But there's some aspects of pitching that are pretty universal, but I can't speak with authority when it comes to other things. I can't tell you how to get your board game or your book published. You know what I mean? I can't tell you how to get a movie greenlit. And I wouldn't want to assume that everything that I know about games applies to everything else. Oh yeah, Vanderbeest, you're gonna watch out for the Denny's level. Nah, gonna get that Denny's sponsorship. Welcome to the Strange Scaffold Sim, sponsored by Denny's Grand Slam. And okay, I hope I said this earlier when you lot were making me feel things, but I do love doing this. Friends, we just got to hang out for 2.5 hours and just talk about everything video games, and it makes me so happy. Like, we've got a cool game to look at, and while I don't know if it's as guaranteed a business move as it was, you know, after Stardew Valley, we all worked out that if you take an underserviced Nintendo property and make an indie version of it, you make mad bank. You know, Stardew Valley, Ooblets, Tinykin, like, take your pick. The fact that we haven't got an F-Zero, there's probably a lot of people working towards that. Puns. I'm also shocked Blazeball didn't have a Denny's sponsorship, but during the GDC phase was after Blazeball got a publisher, or got funding, I believe. So, Blazeball's going to have a mobile client coming up for when they start it as a proper thing. And I'm going to be interested to see how it turns out, because Blazeball was such a weird community creation. Like, how does that transfer to being a proper commercial product? How do you do yes and as a business model when everybody knows? That it is going to be fascinating. Nintendo, stop being mournful. It's time to go play with some Tinykin. At least we know it's going to be fucking cute. Right. Without further ado, let's play one of those video games I keep talking about. You know, the shilling what I do. What if Shillings is a brand out here? What if I get sponsored by them? That'd be great. Fred's like, nobody watches this channel for me playing games. You're not wrong! But, I mean, Fred, I like to think that the games provide us, like, suitable background waffle material. As soon as the game pops up on screen. There we go! Hooray! Less shilling, more killing. Oh.
My beautiful planet, shining with life. The home planet of humanity, according to what they teach in school. Nowadays, I'm the one teaching. I'm Maladan, an archaeologist and researcher in the most prestigious university in the world.
Hi,
and
Maladan!
This is Ness, my assistant. I've studied relics, artifacts, and fossils, and my conclusion is clear. Humans do not originate from Aegis, but somewhere else.
Where could that
Our
be?
true home planet awaits us, far beyond the stars. During my research, I came across an ancient signal, clearly of human origin, emanating from a nearby galaxy. Since that discovery, I've been preparing to go and meet the originator of the signal. We've explored each planet from pole to pole, and now we found it. It's decided. Nevis and I will go to this mysterious planet to uncover the secret of humanity's origins.
I left Nevis behind, you jerk!
Toby Wo, Gạo Shop La, Kelly Kill, Philly Wo, Samu La, Peter T Kill, Council No, Pepe Wo Pay Tibu, Polo P Kill.
Does the character keep saying pee pee poo poo? Wolfcrow's like, ugh, we're gonna play a game. I'm out of here. Surprise, Mother Hubbard. Okay, look, this is fascinating. Sorry, I don't mean to hyper-focus on the very first thing. So I thought these were 2D animations with kind of like a flat still. They're not. It's a 3D character model, but it's being presented like a flat billboard style image. Alright, this is gonna break my tiny brain. Okay, Wolfgrad, go sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening. And I'm glad we got to chat and hang out today! So it's semi-3D paper doll, but as a billboard style... Alright, this is breaking my little brain. Keep saying pee-pee at me! Paper Smallio. I want to steal all the little stuff. Let's jump! It's useful! I have a bubble glider. Look at these little guys! Dead. super dead. I was on the planet's surface for 3 minutes exactly, and then I died. The end. You've heard of double jump, now get ready for bubble jump. Artipo, I love it. Dustin, in the immortal words of Cadisarius, 2.5D! That's... You can't have half a dimension! You can't have half time! So you get an x-axis, you get a y-axis, but only half a z-axis, because fuck you, that's why. No, so these characters... They're partially 3D, partially 2D, but presented like 2D characters. This is just... Yeah, shabby well PP yourself. Can't have halftime. Composers disagree. Learn the secret that composers have known for years.
How do we double bubble jump?
First you bubble, and then you bubble again. Alright. New objective! Get some more pink dudes. The goal is to, time to get more tiny creatures. Although if this is supposed to be like, you know, our Earth, boy, sure is a lot of alien infestation in this planet. Just gonna say it. Yeah, and that's how you bubble. Left trigger lets you hold a Tinykin and then to aim it. Okay. Because these little guys are super ready to commit extreme acts of violence. And I'm okay with that. The other problem, I don't know if you all did this with Pikmin as well, is the desire to have every one of them and have them all be my best friend will be probably extremely notable. Alright, so now we have a lot of little friends. Come, my tiny minions! My tiny army of alien feistiness! Alright, so we need to throw. Oh! This is so fucking cute! Yay! Resolute Assistant. Achievement unlocked. Alright, come on you little terrors. Let's go. I will say though, it would be feckin' brilliant if we could name all these little numpties. Let's go, Tinies, let's go! My bag of alien Haribo gummy bears. Don't eat the little cuties! Even if they are delicious and a little crunchy, don't do it. If I find me missing, I will be livid.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What a lovely people. How's it going?
Neoshito, it is going lovely. The conversation is exceptional, the game's hecking adorable, and all the friendos are here. How are you? Night Valen, it's not a cult, it is not a cult.
Welcome
Welcome to my humble abode. So I guess this is... Once upon a time, a being known as Ardwin lived in this house. Wise and good, many consider him a deity. I think he was more of a sage.
No, Sage isn't here today. Sage is probably working.
Then Neo Shido, congratulations on your escape. I decided to be a big old spender today, and I have gotten us some sandwiches. So we got banh mi coming. It's gonna be good. So apologies if I get a little 1,000-yard starey because I'm very hungry. But I got a nice sandwich coming. Well, so Eagle Lives. The reason we haven't played Cult the Lamb yet was we tried to play it on launch day and the Twitch integration was balked. And it was a kind gift from Camille, who then went on holiday. So I wanted to wait until Camille was back. Prattle is the Ardwood Museum curator. Okay, again, that's clearly a 3D model. Like, look at his little face. But billboarded. Nectar Brewer, yeah. Looks like it's going to be Iron Tail all over again. Get that good bug juice going. It's not a cult. It's a cult. Soapboard. Interesting. See this adorable flurble? It's one of my assistants. They're not very talkative, but very diligent. Use your soapboard to slide on their silk strings. Why is everything in this game fucking adorable? Alright. Do 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 do. Yeah! Bubble tricks! Thief! Vermin! Collection! Bring it back! What did you do with the artifact, you villain? Wait, that wasn't you. Alright, fine. Alright. This is giving me big GameCube vibes, you know what I mean? Like, the way the collectibles are laid out, the heckin' adorableness of it. Come one, come all! For some special beverages! So I guess this will be our, like, shop and collectibles. Also where we can get riggedy twisted. I guess... keeping Fathomancy to a minimum, I'm down for that.
As a Xif fan, all this dialogue skipping is making me cringe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shackle. I mean, do you want me to? I'm happy to read it out. I just, I don't know. I'm here to hang out with you lot, and I was elected to lead, not to read. But the premise of it seems to be that the person of the home used to be around, hasn't been back in a while. And here's the entrance to the Sanctar, a place of sacred pilgrimage, dedicated to the great Ardwin. The banner belongs to the pious shield bug named Solaria. This object is very important to her, and she won't give it up easily. I have a key for the Sanctar, obtained through totally legit means. Oh, my little bugs are snoozing. So fucking cute. Counting on you. Can't wait to see all the things. Okay. Using all that good solid bubble tech. Tinykin won't follow you from one room to the other. They're not very brave, but they'll be waiting for you if you come back. Alright. So we unlock the Tinykin in each room. Alright, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, I guess Eagle Lives, I was elected by you lot. You lot went, let's keep this dingus around. Fucking wee! Like, Eagle Lives, I am the creature that you all made. Without you lot, I'd just be a guy yelling at his computer by himself.
Ah, to be back in Sanctar! Congratulations, companions! The expedition has borne fruit! What a haul! So many unknown objects, and this strange relic!
I mean, sorry, I left you lot alone with Fiona for 2 minutes and nominated them to be queen. 2 minutes I left you lot alone. The city of Sanctar. The unsung canticle. Canticle? Yeah, this is giving me great big kind of like GameCube. Well, I guess also that kind of those N64 styly. Yeah. All right, let's go make some friends. Aw, look at the little cutie. Where? Oh yeah, no. So Shackle, this isn't. There's no. God, wow! All of my big clever words are gone. Yes, this is Pikmin in all but brand. I guess including kind of like the traveler from another world mechanic as well. Alright, so that's... I just threw 8 of those lunatics at a door, and they just exploded! Those little guys aren't coming back! Which presents a haunting moral quandary. On the plus side, though, it does tell you when things will interact with. Ah, and if they don't hit something that makes them explode proper, they just don't. Interesting. I have much to learn about their ways and culture. Like how we can just walk around that one. But I guess, like, Shackle, that's the question. What is their purpose? Is it to explode? They seem very keen on the idea. Excuse me, friends. I'm so sorry about that. We don't have enough lifters to move the camera. They want a picture. the soap works on carpet. Got ourselves a fancy little house here. Though I will say, the pacing of this is definitely, I wouldn't say strange bad, but definitely strange. Because if we're playing as an adventurer, an architect of sorts, right? And our character seems to just be immediately down with, and then we take tiny aliens and explode them on things. Okay. Fascinating. So we've got to fix the telly, and to fix the telly we're going to need the screwdriver, but we don't want to get seen. Okay. Liver, you're fine! Yeah, it's definitely not my weirdest Tuesday, if I can sure. No, it's... sorry, they talk from the character perspective. It's just kind of odd. Like, not necessarily in a bad way, but our character is very matter-of-fact about it. I guess because with Pikmin, you know, you were a space adventurer who has crash-landed on another planet. So it's more about kind of like survival than exploration. And our adventurer seems to be taking it in stride. Somehow I need to get another bubble. Alright. Oh! We have cool shiny glasses. Let's make the board build stronger. I feel like I'm doing something. Maybe not necessarily something good, but I'm definitely doing something. Oh, did I miss small fronds? Oh, you're right, I did. No frond left behind. He says, and then kills them. Woo! And now we have a way of getting back to where we were. Let's go do cool piano things. It's just a little yay! I didn't know I needed this today, friends, you know? And now it's a rhythm game. Is there a little bar inside the guitar? That's pretty cool. I've come for your nectar. Don't mind me, just exploding things in the bar. Sorry, friends, I know I'm going a wee bit quiet. I'm just having so much fun just exploring this place, you know? We definitely need more lifty friends. Do me tricks while we fly around. So the implication is that I guess that the humans are long since missing on this one. Yes! I have lunch! Soapy Hawks Pro Skater. Shit, yeah. Levitator Little Bone. Sorry, friends, I'm ravenously hungry. Might have forgotten to eat last night. I can neither confirm nor deny. Ah, this looks like everything right with the world. It's so good. It's so good. Aperios does not need your help. He has more than enough pictures of me eating. Which is... I don't know, did you all see, friends, Bacon Avenger did like a little Andy Warhol of Will's snacks? It's bread, children! You can't digest it! Guinea pigs are very, very insistent. Now, again, so I am enjoying this. It's very curious how quickly we've kind of gone from naught to full on. Okay. Interesting. Oh no! I was distracted for the briefest of seconds, and I lost it all. Sorry, I just love how it got like one little Pikmin, sorry, Tinykin, just kind of following us around with his little sign that's like, hey friend, hey you guys. Also, no one in this world seems really fussed by this. The fact that we're a tiny human running around exploding things, and the various citizens of this world are like, yeah, no, that's pretty standard. That's about what we expect. It's a little bug house! Fuck, this is cute. There's a surprising amount of different bars in this place. Like, I didn't think we'd be able to do basically like a Tinykin pub crawl, but here we are. Sorry, there's something about this game I can't quite put my finger on just yet. Not like in a bad way, just... I don't know. This game is very... for lack of a better term, sudden? Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Friends, I'm going to be pondering this game for quite some time. Because I'm genuinely fascinated. Woohoo! How are you doing? Interesting. Your terrors, a lot of you. Robin, I can't believe you're facilitating this carnage. It's supposed to be the sensible one. Okay. I think I understand. But, friends, this is so close to Pikmin. It's familiar. That's what's throwing me off. Like, the art style's different, like, the thematics are otherwise, but everything about it feels, I don't know, homely? No, that's the wrong term. I'm trying to think how to phrase it, but, you know, I feel like I've already played through this whole game. Imperios, no! No, you are forbidden. You are forbidden. Wait! Okay, so apparently our little character cannot swim. In tiny... Okay. We're all learning. But no, Imperios, how are you doing, friend? How's your day going? Tell me your tales. And like Batman, apparently you know when you're needed. Hello, baby boy. You're very tired. You're very tired. So, it's so exhausting being Amos. Got to meet a kitty today, and you had to go to the vet, which you seem entirely okay with. Oh, baby boy. He's just lying down in the doorway. Hang on, let me show you, because he's being cute. I am legally obliged to show you anytime Amos is being adorable, you know that, right? He's just having a go. Hey, Amos, baby boy. You're so low. Oh, he's looking at you lot. I'll make a tiny streamer of him yet. Dustin said Amcam, as in Amos camera, and now I'm thinking like, I wonder how much those dog collar cameras cost. Because that might be fucking hilarious to get one for Amos. Maybe not for like day-to-day stuff, but definitely for definitely for like when he goes to the dog bar and stuff. Sorry, forgive me while I'm stuffing my face. But solving puzzles! So, friendos, you have already done so much today. And I have used that money to get a fanciful lunch, so I'm doing very good. If you wish to send things to the P.O. box, that's why it's there. But I wasn't suggesting the I wasn't suggesting the Amos nonsense for. Oh, I've only got 2 explodies. I wasn't suggesting the Amos nonsense so that you lot would send stuff. I wasn't fishing. Wow. Turns out forgetting to eat last night has turned me into a chronic shepherd. But yeah, so friends, sorry, going back to this title, I realised why I'm skipping over all the dialogue. It's not that it's bad. It's because this game is so familiar. I feel like it feels like playing a classic N64 game that I've forgotten about. I feel like I know where everything is. Everything has this charming familiarity to it. Okay, and these little suckers are going to keep trying to move that until we're able to help them. Alright, I can work on that. We definitely need some more little explodey guys, though. We're going to go make some more friends. Yeah, very cool. Absolutely hard agree. The little yays and the heave-hoes are so fucking cute. I guess the reason why I keep coming back to this is there's been such an active amount of attention that's been paid on this game to try and make it feel that way. Also, these little like VHS shrines, I love them. All hail the dinosaur! Sorry. Harmonious, so you don't fish. Well, you only play video games. Lol, Raffle now. No, don't you? Didn't you hear, Harmonious? I shill on twitch.television. And Eagle Lives just turned into... What about myself? All hail the dinosaur. Vanderbeast, Stuffysaurus Rex is definitely its name. Eagle Lives says that if I'm an elected official, it is up to Eagle Lives to speak truth to power. What power? You lot mess with me on the regular. I have no power here. So Ehrman, the pitch is, what if Pikmin? What if Pikmin? The dinosaur has been freed. Just like the little shuffling sounds you're moving around on the soup. Was it over here? I saw some more friendos. Those who worship the TV. we need to get over there. Alright, we can do that. So. You're right, Eagle Lives. It does empower me to say Batman wrong, or Batman, as he's known in the north of England. But yeah, it's just there's a kind of a wholesome familiarity to this game, which I'm finding fascinating. I really do feel like we're replaying a classic N64 game. Ah, we found the play button. Alright, we're doing good. These little houses made out of like old VHS stuff. Oh, and down under dwarf. How are you doing, friends? Secret door. Secret door. Nah, it doesn't quite have the same pop as Secret Tunnel. God, I've killed so many of these little explodey guys. I am starting to feel bad. Like, it's giving me real big, are we the baddie energy, you know what I mean? Do 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 do. We need some more explodey guys. Because I keep killing them, apparently. Get him on the long shot? Nah. Oh, there is fall damage! We have discovered fall damage! I broke his tiny, tiny little people knees. All hail the temple. They just got little happy, mischievous faces. Hey, ho, hey. Archie Bo was just pointing out that there is a mantis praying. Hey, ho, ha. Woohoo! Ribbit indeed. I do kind of like that I can leave these little guys to their own fruition. I don't feel like I'm micromanaging them as much as I would do in other titles, which is kind of fascinating. But we got to get up there, like that's the goal. Right, let's go make some more explodey friends. Oh! Find the letters, bring them around. We get paid when we deliver them. Like it, love it. Running around your house. Ah. Woohoo!
Sings note the Tinykin go marching 2 by 2, hurrah. hurrah. The Tinykin go marching 2 by 2, hurrah, hurrah. Pick up sticks, click click click. Sings note cheer 100.
Sorry, as I was stuffing my face there. Phyllis, thank you for the 200, Fred. And this game does make me want to solve my problems with tiny little alien friendos. Even if I do find the moral quandary of the exploding Tinykins to be a little bit worrying. I'm sure it's fine, right, friends? I'm sure it's fine. I didn't break my tiny knees there, but I came real close. The bug's just yelling at us. But really, friends, I don't know what else to say on this one. If it seems like I'm quiet, like beyond just the usual stuff in my face, it's because this does feel incredibly familiar. And I wonder if it's... I feel it's definitely something worth discussing, because, like, anyone who played Harvest Moon immediately knew what Stardew Valley was going to be like. Alright. Woohoo! Alright, so the CD player's back up and working. Right, and we've got more fast travel spots, which is going well. This is going well. Now we need that thing. How bloody hell are we gonna get it? Hit the play button. See, I guess now we just need to bring the CD over and we should be good to go? Two of the Tinykins in the middle just freaking out with each other. There was a part of me that I guess was expecting something not too dissimilar from, like, Skatebird. You know, that we would be solving, like, real people world problems, but it seemed to be this whole culture of creatures that have sprung up since the person who owns this house left. Also, the dynamic soundtrack is phenomenal. We did it! How is it possible? Arwen's canticle! Even the ants can hear it. The voice of the creator can be heard, studied. As a reward for your efforts, I grant you our most precious treasure, the flag! Don't worry, we'll be back. Come here! And I do like that we can just stand on the things we're moving. Carry me, my tiny minions! The dinosaur! Worship him! These two ants are scared of the plushie. Brilliant. And Lyris, how goes it? Watto and welcome. A broken honor of a museum artifact. Okay. So the idea is not just with what we've been doing, but also like solving all these problems so we get more things to the museum. Anyway, so Lyris, how is it going with your good self? Hello, hello. Tell me your tales. We're trying to fix a telly. Well, large swaths of this room we've not been to yet. Let's change that. Well, and so, Dustin, the fascinating thing about this is it's not actually Billboard 2D art. It's a 3D game. But for some, like, they've gone very specifically for this style. Like, I don't know a better way to phrase it. Our little character is 3D. But it's just being presented in this Billboard style. And I'm intrigued, confused, a little scared. Like, okay, I know when we say stuff like art style, that's a bit of a nonsense ubiquitous term because it encapsulates so much about a game, but it's pretty freaking solid. Oh, and Lyra's Memnol was a whole trip. I'll say no more because I don't want to spoil anything for you, but oh boy. I've got 2 words for you. I've got 2 words. Pocket sand. Sorry was saying it's making them think of Spyro. Because, yeah. Maybe that's where this kind of like... It's hitting all the beats of so many classic, like, 3D platformers. We've got ourselves a little hub world. Like I said, Lyris, I'll say no more. But pocket sand. That Sphinx doesn't have a nose! Well, how does he smell? What a terrible! And yeah, it does feel very evocative of kind of like the mascot 3D platformers of old. You know, it's got a lot of quality of life stuff, so it doesn't handle as janky as Bandicoot. Spyro was a pretty good example of the mascot platformer done well, right? Well, Dustin, they will be there for you in due time. Although at the moment, it's just VODs. The podcast cuts are on hold for a little while longer. So it means you get all of the nonsense to accompany. Let's go over there and get that now. So now we shall deliver the nose to the Sphinx. Bloody hell. We just got an achievement unlocked called How Does It Smell?
Bloody terrible!
Oh yeah, it was saying something along the lines of we need 2 bubbles to get across this. Right there. No, sorry, Lost Flowers is that they've been meaning to watch season 1 of Memnal stuff, and I'm like, you know what? It's been a long time since I revisited the adventures of Thick McRunfast. Maybe I need to do that myself. Don't dirty the walls! Light all the candles in here. Oh, this does seem like a little bit of a fire hazard, I'm just gonna say it. The amount of flammable objects in this cardboard cathedral does seem to potentially present some serious problems. It's also interesting the amount of like movement options we have this early on. Maybe that's where the nostalgia's coming from. It doesn't like we didn't have to work to unlock the bubble jump or the soap slider as well. Let's go get that. Let's go get the magical artifact and go from there. Because we haven't got what we need yet to be able to get the telly working. Oh yeah, the arty bow. Yeah, when it reaches the point where you're about to have like take fall damage, like your character starts flailing around, so it's very clear when it's happening. I love it. There's so much that's conveyed to you so clearly. game is a treasure. And it seems like the hub worlds are supposed to be the worlds are supposed to be revisited as well. I guess, like, whatever it is that we're building here is very evocative of, like, trying to rebuild the ship in Pikmin. Like, everything about this, like, the nostalgia, the vibe, the feeling of it is feels very intentional, sorry. And sorry, it certainly feels like PS2 era, like, glider bubble. Ah, now we can double bubble. Fiona Heights. Floiona Heights. Folly. Oh man, my brain is jello. I'm gonna need some water in a second because it is obnoxiously warm in here today. If you're wondering why I keep spacing out, it's because it is also very toasty. I was informed that the heat had broken and we were done with this bollocks. And then Seattle's like, surprise, we're going to be warm again. Amos had just passed out on the floor there, jammy bastard. I don't get it. Like, he wanted us to be collecting a whole bunch of stuff for him, and we have. Okay, so there's the first artifact that we brought in. Interesting. I'm just the adorableness of this is all more than I can handle. Oh wow, so if we want to backtrack, we literally have to go through the house. That's kind of cool. Only those wearing the ancient talisman can freely take this path. Wait, where? Oh! We can now traverse the cat flap. Oh god, that means the cat's gonna be like the predator. This game's going places. Yeah, Kaiju Kitty. There's a large amount of bars in this. I know I've said this before, but these bugs know how to drink. And now we can fix the telly! time to fix that telly! How did you get in here? I'm gonna live with you, friends. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix the telly. I take it back. Apparently we know what to do. Where? I'm very confused. Oh, okay. This person wants his ring back. Mildly horrifying, but okay. So there's one more magical artifact here somewhere. Interesting. Alright, where can we hang out? Let's go back into the cathedral of light metal. Okay, so friendos, I need to take a quick break because I'm overheating, so I just need to go stick my head under a cold tap and cool off, get some water, and then let's keep going with this. And if you've got any thoughts or feels or comments, I'd love to chat about them. I just realised the heat's been kicking my ass, which is why I'm just monosyllabically sitting here and soap skating around. But yeah, I'll be back with you all in just a second, so don't go anywhere. Hello there. I have water. I have gold. So friendos, just as an FYI. Oh, they're all having a little snooze! Oh, that's too fucking cute. One of them woke up! Fuck, that's cute. Fuck, that's cute. So, friendos, just as an FYI, it is very warm here in Seattle today. I really wish it wasn't. Our little breaker box is very, very unhappy with us. So, if the stream drops, that means we've had a power outage. Alright, well, Fiona fixed it, so we should be fine. But if we do cut out, that'll be why. In which case, we'll do something later. Going so it keeps the guinea pigs cool. They're the ones that really need it. Oh, Bacon's it's hit 100 where Bacon's at. That's not fun. Whee! Take the cat back. But speaking of the guinea pigs. Mantis Jungle, the greenhouse of madness. Oh, and interestingly, I did collect the stuff in front of the frog statue, but thank you for the reminder. You'll be happy to know, friends, the guinea pigs are currently getting an inordinate amount of fresh salad. You shall not pass! Oh, cool, it's... One of the shadow creature's tools has been located and quarantined. These awful invisible monsters creeping in the shadows, watching us, manipulating. Okay. Poison Ivy's fever dream. Yup. That's also in the valid subtitle for this game. Ooh, green ones. What do they do? Okay, that's cute. And extremely useful. Oh, so they make like a little tiny ladder, and then... Alright, that's feckin' adorable. I still feel morally confused about these exploding ones. Sorry, friends. I do apologize that I keep drifting off into space. It's so warm. It is kicking my ass. So let's take a little let's take a little moment. Let's hang out and chat here while we're hanging out in Mantis Village. Gary the snail. I am compelled to keep collecting these cutie patooties. But no. So the thing I kept trying to praise the snail. Praise the snail. Sorry. The thing I keep scratching at and I keep not finishing the thought on is how this isn't just nostalgia, right? Like, this isn't a direct emulation. It's a little bit more than that. Like, there's a genuine care with how this has been put together. And it shows. There's a lot of thought to creating the feeling of those kind of classic 3D platformers. Even cuties. Like, it's legit more than just basic nostalgia, you know? Sorry, again, I know I'm kind of grasping for points here that keep dissipating. I'm definitely not doing my A game of deconstruction and description. Not even my C game. And I will never get tired of that noise. I build these little, like, towers of cuties. So, okay, to try and give my bizarre thoughts just a little bit more cohesion, it's like, take Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is designed to be... Oh, it's designed to be Harvest Moon. You know, it was created... Don't need my little friends. It was created because there wasn't a Harvest Moon available on PC to just play. And that's a very good reason to make a video game. Nosedive. But I don't know, there's more to this than just, okay, we're gonna make Pikmin but multi-platform. I need to not be so bloody warm so I can get some of my big clever words going. They are needed. I'm not sure why we're collecting dinosaur parts, but I'm sure it's important. I mean, you could say dinosaur parts their own reward. You wouldn't be wrong. I've got an idea. Ah, people. So close. Oh, Conker's Bad Fur Day. I think there's the game you're thinking of, Asari. And I don't know. Is it bad to call Conker's Bad Fur Day iconic? It was certainly something. Yeah, this is how we get it done. Poison Ivy will be very impressed with us and our work. Don't we? Alright, sorry. Friends, again, I apologise for the monosyllabic conversation. I keep drifting off into the great ether. What's your deal, Bob? Chad Cactus, get out of here. Get out of here, Chad Cactus. No, sorry. The game you're thinking of is Conker's Bad Fur Day. Which it was the. It had the poop monster in it. It was censored. Unless there is a. God, I'm trying to think if there was another foul-mouthed squirrel around. The Great Mighty Poo, Dustin, you're right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use the incorrect title for the shit sovereign that it is. Shit Sovereign is also my punk band name. Oh. Amos is in the Papa's chair. No, Dustin, that's not funny. That's not funny. That's a bad time. Alright, so we've got the village opened up. Now we can kind of traverse and explore. Hey, remember when I said I was going to sit in here and talk to you lot to counteract the heat and me being a brain-dead potato? And then I just wandered off. Alright, come on. Join me now in Mantis Village. Look, controller down. Controller down. So, sorry, I don't know. I think Conker's Bad Fur Day is fine. Twitch is very against nudity. That's the big no-no. You can say the bad words. And you can make poop jokes, but as soon as the boba come out, the stream shut down. Oh wow! So interesting. Is Conker's Bad Fur Day specifically named on the banned list? Fascinating. I can tell you all that genital jousting is called out on the TOS list. I will say, fellas, I do think that's feckin' hilarious. The very, very smut-filled visual novel of Lady Killer in a Bind. There is a stream-safe mode where, during all the would-be smut scenes, everyone is wearing a gigantic, ugly jumper. Well, okay, so as a quick show of hands, how many of you have actually played Conker's Bad Fur Day? Because the thing I always find myself asking is, was that game good? Because it's had a lot of swear words and it had a lot of parody of other games in it. But if I stop and think about it, I can't remember a part of it that was really good. I remember lots of it being like very funny parodies of other games. Also, Sadlin, Watto and welcome, friend. Darn it, what was I gonna... I was gonna ambush you with the thing earlier, and it's completely dropped out of my head. Oh, yes! That there's a possibility we know who the next character for Multiverses is going to be. And if your first guess was Big Chungus, congratulations, you're correct. This is my little fan club, by the way. Also, and I'm not trying to do anybody a damage, although sometimes I guess my game recommendations do fall into that one, but I found a fascinating game which is a blend of a deck builder, vampire survivor type snake game, where you build your little snake out of different like card components. And I played it for a test yesterday and then lost like an hour of my life. And I'm going to share this all with you now because a problem shared is a problem halved. Oh, Lathy, Watto friend. Yeah, so have a look at that. That is a cracking game, friend. No, and sorry, the reason why I was asking if any of you have played through Conker's Bad Fur Day and, you know, thoughts and feels on it is because we don't get many parody video games, right? Because video games take a long time to make, and parody is all about, you know, public consciousness, public perception, right? You can't parody something that nobody's heard of. It has to be something that's ubiquitous in culture, that people get the references that you're going for and can then follow it through, you know? Sadie was adding that Conker's was fine, a serviceable platformer that was more novel for like parody and inappropriateness than anything else. The only standout for me was the Great Mighty Pooh fight. We really peaked as video games. But no, so like Conker's Bad Fur Day was a parody of quite a lot of the again like the mascot 3D platformers that came in like the post Sonic and Sega world. Sorry, the post like Sonic Mario. Because I do think of some of the stuff like the South Park first-person shooter. That was a very curious title. Actually, Andorf, so the Conker's conversation was just Asari asking if anybody remembered. With this, like, this is so unapologetically Big Bang. But playing this, it's a lot more than just... This has nostalgia crafted into it to such a degree that I'm still kind of trying to understand it. Like, friends, this is very much... This is more than a meme. This is more than a... Let's just do indie Pikmin. I can't quite put my finger on it, but... like, ever since we played the Looker, I've been thinking more and more about, you know, games that are themselves parodies. Oh, Amos, you're fine. He's lying to Papa's on chairs and having whinge. Amos, you're fine, mate. Do you hear this, friends? Is it so hard being Amos? Is it so hard being a baby boy? Yeah, you're right, Artipo. The puppy has complaints. We just don't understand how hard it is being Amos. We just don't understand. Yeah, sorry. Jumping back. When it comes to parody games, we don't get a lot of them, and when we do get them, I find them thoroughly fascinating. Stop me if I've talked to you about this one, but one of these days, I want to sit down and share with you all The Legend of Max Hazard, which is it's kind of a Duke Nukem parody, but from an unlicensed kind of standpoint. And it talks a lot about, you know, old 90s AAA environments and how that whole sphere changed. And it does some really interesting things with, like, video game genres and stuff. It's not brilliant, but it's interesting. And Matt Hazard came out before Duke Nukem Forever got reignited and then finally released. Dustin, I think it's Max Hazard? Alright, I haven't quite finished the skeleton. Oh, Lathiarcanus. Did it have like almost like a watercolor kind of art style? That rings a massive bell, but it's very warm here, and so as I'm sure it doesn't take a genius to guess, I am not equipped for heat. That is not what my build is for, so anytime it gets this warm, it kicks my ass. Well, if it makes you feel better, I know the game that you mean, but I cannot. I'm just getting like a 404 game name not found error when I try and remember it. Like, I could fucking see it in my head. But that one had like a solid 2D art style across the board. See, this one, it's going very hard on creating something that feels like a Billboard style game, right? Only it's not. Our little model's 3D, or at least appears to be from all intents and purposes. So like the paper doll styling is very intentional. Alright, Asari, have a lovely rest of your evening. As always, the company and the conversation is very welcome. But I'm trying to think of other parody games. Because like I said, we had The Looker. We've got Conker's Bad Fur Day. The Legend of Max Hazard. Obviously, the heat's kicking my ass. But I'm desperately trying to think of some others, because I know there are. Comic Jumper. Let's have a look on that one. Comics Zone, I don't think counts. I know that's not the one you said, but my brain was like, what about Comic Zone? It's like, Comic Zone doesn't technically count, because it's only really parodying like comic book stuff, not other video gamery.
How the bloody hell are we gonna get up there?
Dink Smallwood, the HD version came out in GOG. You know what, Lathy? I'll have to have a look, because apparently I'm just a chronic shopper today. Thank you, the sun! So Dustin, I wouldn't say that Splosion Man or Ms. Splosion Man counts as parody. I mean, they are incredibly competent games in their own right. Wait, I think I just called that snail a squirrel, so yeah. Feck you, the heat. What do you think this is? Oh, okay, Andorf, Unmetal. I guess the interesting thing with like Unmetal and a few of those titles is that, you know, they're kind of parodies on the big works. I guess games literacy still has a long, long way to go. Hydrate and don't die, mate. I promise nothing! Adequate hydration is for cowards. So many little mittens. So many little mittens in one space. Gotta see them all. We might have too many of the little mittens. Again, friends, forgive me if I keep drifting off into weirdly awkward silence. It is just the heat. Wild at Heart was the game that Matthew was recalling. Okay. Well, I guess, what was it? Terrabane or Terrabane that definitely had that that parody kind of vibe. Although that was more, you know, the alter genius who is smarter and better than everyone else forever. Less than the kind of, like, here's a title that I'm going to parody directly, you know? Excuse me, have any of you lot seen a piece of feckin' skeleton? I need more skeleton. There we go. Skeleton time, skeleton time.
New dating sim idea. You're a human resistance fighter in the future, and you need to reconcile with a killer robot that you used to date. It'll be called the X-Terminator.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually a hidden DLC feature in the Terminator game. Which reminds me, we need to be a Terminator at some point. Because we got the mode, which is supposedly like a roguelike as well, which I think is fascinating. Oh, sorry, friends. If you're wondering what the bloody hell I'm talking about, so the team that have now gotten access to like the RoboCop license and stuff like that. There is a small-scale open-world Terminator game. And I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's not Terminator Salvation because that's the bad movie. Might be. And it is feckin' grand. Now, Dustin was saying, like, the magic circle and stuff like that, and I guess, you know what? The magic circle is certainly parody. I guess, you know, the problem is with myself. I'm so locked in, when I start talking about parody in video games, I'm so locked into the idea of, you know, what if scary movie, but video game? You know, something that apes a lot of popular culture. Oh, that's handy. And yeah, and we all know that that's not the only type of them video games that is out there. I mean, and Dustin, the South Park games are fascinating because, like, what, the first South Park game was a GoldenEye-esque first-person shooter, which was weird and juvenile, but underneath was a competent, like, N64 era first-person game. Like, we ended up playing a lot of that. A lot more of that multiplayer than I would have expected. You know what I mean? And because there was no odd job, there was less arguments. Not none, but less. But no, Fearless, I know that Dustin was talking about the newer ones. And I guess kind of like the Cyanide and Happiness point and click as well. Like, I guess the problem lies with myself. Like, I've got to have a slightly less rigid definition of... I'm going to have a slightly less rigid definition of what is or is not parody. And I guess, again, it's trying to find things that feel like a parody of games, not just a parody of culture with game elements in, you know what I mean? And that's, I think, where the fault with myself lies, is kind of almost a wee bit of snobbery. Fuck you, the sun. Make me yawn. I mean, the combat system in the fractured but whole, surprisingly inspired, you know. Wait, we were just in there. Yeah, now I've learned that I can just build a tower immediately on top of myself wherever I am. It's definitely making things a lot easier. Yes, we moved Chad. We went down into here, and I guess we were supposed to find a key here somewhere, but I missed it? Gosh, I guess we're not paying attention. Oh, there it bloody is. Sure, this is going to make us loads of friends. Ah, we're doomed! Doomed! What have you done, you fool? Hey up, hey up, hey up. Whoa. Excuse me, friends. I'm so sorry. Ice in my water has already melted. Didn't take it 2 seconds. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So, this is all definitely fascinating, and what's interesting is that this is, I would say, intentionally reminiscent of Pikmin's like reconstructing of the spaceship. Huh. This is everybody's little houses. Some big dinosaur is going down. I guess this is some kind of like bug nightclub. We're not allowed in yet. It's not cool enough. Ball save. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a second and talk with your good selves and kind of ice myself off, because, oh boy, Well, also, this game has a very smooth, very soft soundtrack, which I'm really enjoying, but oh boy, it is putting me to sleep. So, Spooky Ghost, thank you kindly, and Fearless, here's the thing, I was so far away, I didn't say thank you for those 200 bits. I just started talking about Terminator video games. What I really want is a game similar to Grounded, like a open-ish world craft and survival game where you play as Gizmo from Gremlins. So we can yell, "Where did the gremlins go?" Yeah, it feels it's a smooth game, the warm room, and I'm just like, oh, cuddling up to have a little snooze. No, no, Badwin. I'll hang out with you lot. Plus, if I have a snooze now, that's it, I'm fecked. I'll wake up at like 8 o'clock and I'll be awake for 1,000 years. Alright, so we just gotta bundle on down here. Back and wee! Alright, here we go. Time for some Tony Hawk's Underground. I mean, hey, friends, if you are trying to sleep, if you are trying to snooze and I'm helping, then brilliant. Great. I genuinely am happy that I'm helping with that. But oh, it's only like 5:45 over here. If I snooze, I'm done for. That's it. Game over. You know how every game used to legally have to have a water temple? It's happened. We found this game's water temple. Yo, no yawns! Yawning is illegal. You're joking about big giant poo, and then there we go. We found them. Oh, blue ones. Let's see what these do. They seem pretty cool, cucumber. Little sleepy little guy. Ready to have a little nap. Oh God! That's how people get killed! Get you that morning juice. Yawning is illegal! Lightning, please. Floor is not lava. Water. Yeah, apparently I did just find a living taser, so...
Don't kink shame. Some people have coffee, others need high voltage across their teeth/udders.
I'm so sorry. And Bacon, I will do no such thing. Sink shaming, personally. But sink shaming, probably. But oh. Alright. Let's. God, it's like Tales of Vesperia all over again. Was it Vesperia? Sorry, way back in the day. I remember trying to do a playthrough of one of the Tales games, and I think it was Tales of Vesperia. And the amount of times that I fell asleep during, like, I'd be like trundling around town, and then my partner time would just be elbowing me awake as I realised I'd fallen asleep just holding the thing forward. Ah, good times, good times. And like, it's fine for games to be the deliverer of the sleepy good times. Oh, just not so much so when I'm chatting with your good selves, you know? Oh. Sorry, just breathing. Waking up the brain! Oh yeah, the tunes have completely stopped, haven't they? Brilliant. Great. Wonderful. Clank, how are you doing? Yeah, Miyaki Sakura, it's good vibes, it's chill vibes, it's nice. I am certainly not dissing on this game. Oh. But friends, I might have to admit defeat. Like, I am fighting to stay awake here. Like, I need to go for a walk or something. Like, if I stay in this little warm room, it's game over for me. Oh. Okay. Hang on, let's put some tunes on. Where are those Sonic jams? Oh, there we go. Game over, man! Game over! Okay, Fred, I had one of those rare moments today where I saw somebody else's tattoo and went, I want that. And it's a xenomorph's face. And the tattoo says, all that she wants is another baby. Although I am tempted to get the alien egg, and it says, make good life choices. Alright, gonna stand up. Alright. We don't have to be done for the day. Just gotta wake it up. Alright. Here we go. Standing stream, let's do this. Yep. You're gonna put up with me leaning over you, looming over you all like, yes, today is the day that bison graced your village. Wait, you is a Tuesday. I am overheating, so I butchered the quote. That is a capital offence. Oh no, Clank, don't talk about snuggling with the doggos. I'm trying to stay awake. All the puppas are sleeping the good sleeps. Oh, and Clank, I'm sorry that you've been having the brain spiders today. It's lovely to see you. I'm going to try not to tap out early today. Feckin' hell. XD Johnny XP's chosen chaos and violence. I stood up so I wouldn't fall asleep. You're not gonna be a bunch of criminals about it. Go ahead. I'm moving. Go ahead. No. Bacon. Ghidorah. Left-hand drive. Avenger. Can't believe you've done this. Fine, fine. You can have 2 dabs. Will that make you happy? Are you happy now? Ha! Pacha! Get out of my house. Oh. And to Seattle, Watto, and welcome, friend. How you doing? You got a standing desk. Fiona's got one of those. It's one of the little, like, the crank handly ones. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Oh. Although, when I used to work in, like, offices and stuff, I was quite an active person. So I probably wouldn't be sitting down for as much as I do these days, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry, it just, who was that? Miyaki Sakura, I threw some cold water on my face trying to kind of, like when I took a break to get me back going, but, Agananiki, there will come a time where you will be able to use bits and money to make me physically exercise. Just gotta breathe through it, breathe through it. Anyway, how are you all doing, you lovely mother hubbards? Tell me your tales. Well, Johnny, it'll probably be happening, I mean, I guess after PAX. Plus, I've definitely got there's still the post-lurg exhaustion. Everybody's a sleepy potato, me included. That's a good point, Carl. Like, it is difficult to get a good camera angle from a standing desk. You basically got to raise your room up. Your body is very out of the loop. No, Clank, it's not sleepy potato time. No, I'm trying to stay awake. I don't know if I'm succeeding. Aw. Hey, Carl, that sounds feckin' cool. I'm glad to hear it's treating you good. I really am. I really am. Things over here have been interesting. PAX is looking to be packed out, and I should be able to see everybody for at least an hour and change for the sober event. Although, this year it seems like everybody stacked up their events on Thursday and Friday. So, like, Saturday night and Sunday night are incredibly quiet for, like, parties and events. Although, I got the panel on Sunday, so I probably won't be going hard Saturday night. Because I want to be an excitable monster. Ooh. Aganagi's been doing 1.5 to 5 hour walks lately. Got to get those steps in. God. I mean, if it wasn't for the sun being such a monstrous piece of flamey garbage, I'd definitely be doing more long walking. But yeah, people weren't joking that, like, when you get the lurg, you get the plague, it leaves you exhausted for ages after. Like, I've been conked out the last few days. I was just saying to your lovely selves earlier on this today was, sorry. We had friendos come over on Sunday, and I was just an absolute mess of a potato. I ended up just kind of like lying on the couch in a state of just semi-comatose-ness until I had enough energy for us to go and get a pint. Yeah, and Carl, you're right. You know, I got lucky. I haven't had any, like, serious or long-term symptoms. And I am very grateful for modern medicine and Madame Luck. So, Aganeliki, I will say, if I ever end up with stupid money, I'm just gonna buy one of those streaming backpacks, because, I mean, you know, like, the zoo's about, like, a 45-minute walk from us, and I don't know how you get to Green Lake. Fiona was saying that if you walk from here, it's great on the way there, because it's all downhill, but then you have to go all the way uphill afterwards. Actually, whilst we're just in waffle mode between gaming sessions, so how many of your lovely selves are going to PAX this coming week? I have a panel on Sunday night that I would love for you all to attend, but if you're not going to PAX, it will be streamed, so you all can have like a little heckle along online. Caffeine's thinking of hosting a watch party in Discord, which would be very funny. It was one of the things, sorry, jumping back, one of the things that myself and Aperios had talked a lot about was doing more IRL streams and showing all of your lovely selves, like, more of Seattle as a whole. And then the planet was like, haha, about that. Sadly, no. So, Carl, it's not any of the sober panels. I wasn't invited for those this year. But we're doing Make a Game in an hour. I will be playing Grand Ringleader as a squad of individuals. Do a run around for trying to build a video game in 1 hour, which is a massive undertaking. And I will be heckling them from there. No, my goal is going to be, like, talk to the audience, get everybody excited, run around a whole bunch. Sorry, I'm just breathing through the sleepies. Breathing through the sleepies. No, I'm not gonna be a sleepy potato. Well, so Aganaki, one thing I will say from having done a bunch of events, it's not the conventions you got to worry about. It's the meetups and the food and drink hangouts. That's where it gets you. What's been really interesting from attending like PAX last year and GDC and stuff like that was like the show floor is probably one of the safer places, especially considering that like PAX are continuing the mandatory mask policy and making sure everybody's vaccinated up the wazoo, which is really fucking cool. But no, it's the I'll just go for a pint with my friends, or let's just go get some food or something. That's where people have been getting hit. You know, for GDC, the ground zero was the outdoor hangout meets at the gardens. But a bunch of people got hit just going for food with people. PAX East seems to be like a snowball effect of, you know, people procking from outside the convention center and then taking it back to their little pods. Sorry, obviously, I'm not a virologist. I can't speak on this with any authority, but that was a thing that I found that was very interesting. And Agananiki, I completely respect your choice on that. I hope you don't think that I'm trying to be like, oh, well, you don't understand. God, that was a little bit Homestar Runner there. Incredible. I mean, unfit films, there is a correlation. You can't get, only people that eat food get the plague. Bam! Nailed it. Science. Busted. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. Oh, sorry, I was getting the sleepies real badly, so I'm just having a natter with everybody and hang out. How are you doing? It is me, the biggest shill on twitch.television. I should put it back to just chatting, actually, because we'll probably be nattering for a little bit longer before we go back to the game. Because I'm very toasty. Oh, Unfit Films, it's so good. So, okay, I'm overheating at the moment. My brain's not batting for 1,000, but maybe you can help with this. Tinykin is more than just a emulation of Pikmin. It feels incredibly nostalgic, and it feels recognizable and comfortable, and I can't put my finger on how they're doing it, but it really does feel like more than just we made Pikmin but we're indie, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, and Agananiki, that's entirely smart. You know, the reason why I did GDC was because I'd already sunk cost into it, and you know, the Longship War Chest is not massive. You know, the cost of a flight is a significant investment, so when I found out I still had a flight to GDC, I was like, no, alright, we're doing it. And for PAX, you know, this is how the Longship continues. We make friends with game devs, and either they become part of our little corner of the internet, or we're able to show off their game, or, you know, maybe they suddenly have a whole bunch of sponsorships they can throw at us. That's brilliant. But it does mean that I've got to go out there, I've got to shake your hands, make your friends, I've got to do the thing. Well, Unfit Films, it's been lovely to know you. You will be getting the formal band paperwork. Nah, you're good. Pikmin was such a curious little creation, and it came from such a fascinating time in video games. Kind of like Billy Hatcher and a bunch of those. Exactly, Fred. And if those plans don't work out, I can't make friends with the devs. And then I can't duel them with a katana and inherit the quickening so that I might become more powerful. Hey, Artsy Poe, I'm fine with that. If the Longship becomes like the third part of like the Seattle game dev scene, I'm fine with that. That'd be great. Because you got the Seattle Indies, you got Sober, and then there'd be the Longship as kind of like the bridge between worlds. The irony, of course, being is that streaming is something that game devs, if they're not aware of, need to be, and even if they're not doing it themselves. So the crossover and overlap between the Seattle Indies and Sober is pretty massive. Like, I'm not the only daywalker there. Oh, I miss PAX Dev. But the thing was, as soon as I got out here and I was close enough to be able to do it proper, I switched to doing this. And because the media aren't allowed at PAX Dev, which is a good thing, I genuinely agree with that decision. Because there's a lot of stuff that gets discussed there that doesn't make sense to users and might sound a bit mean, but does need talking about. Like, PAX Dev is absolutely not a show that you show off at, and I think that's really important. But now that I'm this side of the content creation sphere, I'm not allowed to go. And because the media list is shared between the PAX events, it's like, no. Like, until I actually have a title that I'm actively working on and has a Steam page, you know, I highly doubt I'll be able to I highly doubt I'll be able to attend. But I miss it. I miss it! But like I said, I did get to go to GDC, which was really good for chatting with lovely dev peoples. Okay, friendos, I think I'm going to have to admit defeat. I'm so overheating. I'm so overheated. Bacon, it does look like we will be starting Longship Studios. It looks like it's going ahead. Brace yourselves. So, okay, so friendos, I will try and hop onto Discord later if I can and have a natter with everybody, but yeah, I'm sorry for the short stream, only for nearly 5 hours. Yeah, I mean, Clank, I might just, like, throw my ass in a cold shower or something. I'm cooking. So, today has been a lovely day. We have talked about video games and industry, shown off Tinykin, and honestly, friends, I don't think I've been doing a very good job of showing you Tinykin anyway. So, at least this way, there is loads of the game for you to enjoy. And I really do recommend it, friends. I really do recommend it. Unfit Films also recommends it, and they hate everything. So, stick around, as we will find some lovely people to raid into. Like, y'all don't have to go home, but I do. I'm very warm, and I'll end up snoozing here. Oh, handlebars! Watto and welcome! But I am going to roll credits in just a second as well, because for those of you who didn't see, there was a red bit that dropped before we even went live today. Like, today's been intense. Oh, today has been intense, friends.
Choose to snooze.
No, I'm gonna keep. Like I said, I'm gonna go have a cold shower and some stuff just so I wake the heck up. Okay, so thank you all for joining me today. I do hope you enjoyed Tinykin. So tomorrow, hopefully it cools off. We're going to be jumping into Last Call BBS. I know you're all aware of it, but I really want to play it with you all, and I think it'll be perfect for tomorrow. You know, like a lot of different flavored nonsense all mashed together. I'll try not to get too obsessive over the Gandams. Maybe we'll make a goal, like I have to do X, Y, and Z, and then I'm allowed to play the Gandam minigame. Yeah, that'll be the go-to. God, oh yeah, this heat's kicking my ass. I'm so sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. You know, I make these big sweeping comments about how I'm working hard for everybody, and then it's like, I'm a little bit warm and sleepy. I have to go home now. Just but you lot blew the doors off, and I cannot say thank you enough for that. But I hope that the information I share with everybody, I hope that the things that we get into and the topics we chat about, I really hope that they help. Because that's what I want to do, friends. Like, there's so many indie teams out there who just need a little bit of a nudge in the right direction, and they'll be able to succeed. And for as long as I'm able to do that as an individual, I'm really happy. I'm really happy. So yeah. Okie dokie Lokies. On the subject of thank yous, I would like to thank the following people. There we go. Oh. So to Kaimball and Fearless Sun, thank you so much. And Lance as well. Thank you so much for the cash donations. Like, they go straight into the war chest. And today we did turn them into nice sandwiches. But that's what they go on. Like, food, keep keeping the animals going and the whole shebang. Firestraker blew the doors off today. I can thank you to Jarl Infinitus, but also to Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Fearless Sun, Tiny Mouse, Shackle Draconis, Anonymous Cheerers, Crux, Wolfgrad, Pun Spectre, Favor 6, Vanderbeast, and Agonanarchy. Everything that you lot throw in is what keeps this whole ass house going. Thank you. Your moderator today was not just Caffeine, but Lizzie T. Power, and I think we saw Moose earlier. I'm pretty sure we did. To Git Ned, Marketeer Fred, The Willing Outcast and Tiny Meows, Lance Icarus, Wheeler Dealer, Harmonious and the Eshido. Whether you were hunted by J Post, one of the House Carl specials, or celebrating massive long sprees, I hope you know what a big deal this is. So thank you. Once again, there are too many cool people to go hang out with, and choosing is difficult. So, I'm going to give you 3 choices. I'm going to give you the choice of Genshin, Monster Hunter Rise, or Saints Row. They're, I believe, the newest one. That's a spot of Genshin, a spot of Monster Hunter Rise, or the new Saints Row. What suits your fancy? And whilst you're choosing, I will apologise one more time. Like, friends, I'm sorry for a short stream today. I'm so fucking done with the Daystar kicking my ass. I'm gonna fight the sun afterwards. All right, Ortrazini and the Artipo both said Rise, so we're gonna go hang out with Wonderpuss. Well, just as soon as these adverts decide to let me know whether or not they're doing thing. Alright, they are definitely kicking ass. Oh, and they've got the fancy dual blades as well. If you've not met Wonderpuss, they are a lovely individual and a fellow a fellow Seattle streamer. God, tripped over those words. So we can go say hi, as they're currently stabbing 2 twin daggers up the bum of a toaster. So there we go. Alright, Artipo, I'll call for extra help. I won't fight it by myself. No, and Unfit and all of you. Thank you. I only get to sit in this chair and do this because of all of you lot hanging out and chatting and literally throwing hard-earned cash at my stupid face. That's what keeps us going. So really, thank you. Alright. Again, tomorrow, last call BBS. The swan song of Zachtronics. And then Thursday we'll play some Moog Cartographer before the PAX nonsense begins in earnest. So, yeah. If I don't see you on Discord, friends, I'll see you tomorrow. Fucking wee. Fucking wee. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna go have a cold shower. I should drink wine in the shower. Like a classy person. I hear that's what classy kids do. I actually ended up telling a PR agency about our shower wine holder. Now, Unfit Films, I have done it out of one of the coffee. Oh, shit, we're good. Alright. Have a lovely rest of your day, friends. Good night.